I don't mind this. It does give this general counter strategy that other teams have used against PogChamp, and that is always, what do? You focus
Oh,
Uragi. We were watching the
I don't
same
know.
scenario with Plate a couple of days ago. It's like we're having the Doom, it's instantly Uragi or Krollgash or whichever, and Krollgash also has been having a tough time maintaining his offlane, and that's your main role here. You gotta punish DSF, and if you're failing to do that, he's gonna convert everything he finds into farm into a very early tower push.
Yeah, gone sadly are the days when Uragi was still the main carry of OG and the young talent. Um, but even though with 4 years past, it looks like the PugChamp lineup made a little bit of adjustments, right? This was the
Hmm.
former, I mean, the remnants of it are still the former Navi Junior lineup, which was sadly disbanded by Navi Junior itself. Now we just get back the original Navi Junior squad, but here in EPL Masters on the playoff side of things. Uragi, it's been a long journey since OG, but I think besides him and Taiga, they are the only two people that have not found profound success, right? After leaving
Yeah.
the organization.
I mean, we know what happened to Taiga, and I don't think that there's gonna be ever a redemption arc for him. I really do hope so, because he was indeed a very talented player, but
Doesn't
you
doesn't
know,
doesn't look like he's searching for it, honestly.
yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
I,
looking at
I
his
don't know if
feeds,
you
looking at what he's writing across the internet, like he's still,
every
focused on the big Gamba.
everything I get from Vietnamese Dota fans every time they're like, "Oh, do you see this? Do you see this?" It's like dear family members, no, I don't follow Taiga all the time, but every time, like it comes around the bend from the other side of my heritage, it's like, yeah, no, it's a thing, it's a thing in Dota, and of course the chat lovingly points it out all the time, but. Of course, every time you look at four red Ferraris on the street, all you will find on the street are going to be red Ferraris. But one thing's for certain, Puckchamp versus Zero Tenacity is going to start off with a nice little EPL pause. So while we get the messages of Vladimir and 322s and everything else, what are the timings we're looking for here, Anna?
I mean, you're definitely for Zero Tenacity. You're just looking for the early Ember remnants to come in, so you can start being jumpy, so you can start rotating across the lanes, because that is gonna be your big tempo maker until the first bigger item. So either that would be like, I don't know, if he wants to go in for an early BKB, or if he just wants to go in and pure damage, just keep on with the push. On the contrary, it is going to be not only this Enigma getting into a fit shape, but it's coming down to Uragi when he's going to get the Echo Saber or the Silver Edge. So one of them is dependent on this big Ultra spell just to keep the entire team fight contained and united. The other one is very much item based. So I am scared that Zero Tenacity are going to be the first ones fulfilling these timings, but I want to see what PogChamp are gonna do, man. Like I've been really underwhelmed from their performance throughout the entire Master season. So I want to see, because ultimately this combo could be good. You have short-term rotations, you have big commitments, you can fill in the gaps, but are you gonna be fast enough versus Zero Tenacity?
Yeah, I think truly what separates, well, if we're talking about Liquipedia terms, the tier ones and the tier threes, right? There isn't really much of a tier two of any kind of tournaments. The big difference between the two teams, if I'm not mistaken, is definitely the timings, right? So
Hmm.
that's every time when we were coaching ENC, both Toltris and I, the only thing that we had problems with, we were fine with comps, we were fine with strategy lines, we were fine with calls. The only thing we always had a problem with was speed. Like when you compare tier one players, the amount of farm they pull off the map with such efficiency and speed is something that is the big separator. And one of the reasons why most of the EPL attendees that actually made it to EWC this year, most of them bombed out on the bottom because I think it wasn't outskilling or one thing or the other. It's just speed.
Yeah. And you
Honestly,
always
wait.
want to have these like very ultra fast heroes during their waiting stage. Like looking at the SF, looking at the Ember, looking at the Doom, all of them have built-in AoE spells, that help them push in waves, go into neutrals, and rotate very fast.
This reward transcends expectation.
A little banter between the players as they finally get into this game. A little bit of a setup for smokes on both sides around the -40 mark, as is the usual. I'm still just a little bit scared. Obviously, Nesphere is familiar with the matchup. He just played it against Ario Rise yesterday. So overall, they can capitalize on this, but while the Necrophos did have the Endless Scaling, the Ember Spirit that they faced off against, there's the lane beater of the Lina on XNE. So, well, it's almost a guarantee that PuckChamp are going to be taking the mid. The other two side lanes, as you mentioned, post-draft, are going to be what we're going to be looking for as well with production. More than likely as Nesphere gets approached. Polgash went for Eidolons of first blood secure one way or the other.
The battle begins.
Let's see. 2 on the banner runes each. As I always tell you, peace is always an option. It doesn't always have to be first blood.
But they did show a little bit of teeth onto DSF, during that match.
It's a tick.
As this lane keeps on going, because what is a little bit of a problem right now is Krolgash is not, of course, with Enigma nowadays you are kicking off with the Eidolons. Once the Malefice arrives, now that is when things could be interesting. You could find a tempo, you can start to find the harassment even more. Gothic as techies would like to keep that pressure going, so the spells at level 1, so you gotta be scared.
What would I do? Obviously, if I'm Moose and Nesphere, I see that Gothic did not go for the Erection, did not go for the Black. Out the Eidolons, they're for free. That's free real estate and money on the table.
That is the double benefit for DSF. Like he's not only that he's of course getting the farm out of it, he's also getting the Necromastery stacks, which is even more so gonna make him hurtful and painful to deal with. Now for top side, Hyuga and Yuragi, it can be a very, it's a classic toxic combo of this meta. But again, the success rate of Tiny falling off, it's, I don't know, like 741 around the B and C patch, it was looking really strong, and when taken by players like Rubicon, it was looking absolutely amazing, but everybody else in between seems to under-deliver, it's not getting as impactful as, per se, a Tiny support.
Yeah, the early timings of the Tiny safe lane are pretty well known. At the very same time, the execution here at EPL hasn't been that super convincing. I'm not sure what the win rate of the hero is, but overall, it's gank ability, especially against the Clockwork. I'm going to be very surprised if Yuragi gets that ever so seeked double kill that you kind of want to get at 10 minutes in or so. Also, like another caveat, personally, I hate Hoodwink on position 5. Every time I see this, I'm just a little bit triggered.
In what sense? Like, this could be bad, or this could be very
No, like,
annoying?
the Hoodwink should be on the bottom lane, right? Techies is the one with the aggression that can jump Amorales and Mixa. At the very end of the day, it's not going to be working out, in my opinion, for PuckChamp. But, I did call both games yesterday at the very same time. I don't think it's going to be... I don't know if PuckChamp still holds any kind of surprise. I think their current result on the table speaks for itself, and they could sadly be the first team to say goodbye, especially if Alina gets harassed this brutally on that mid lane work, almost getting the first blood. Not just yet. Down bottom, Nesphere gonna get a little bit of a tickle, but once again, it's just love bites coming out from the Eidolons and Krolgash's Maledict.
It's fine, this but a scratch. But going back to the decision making that you said between, Hoodwink 4 or 5, in this scenario, also given the fact that Tiny does not want to go in for that Avalanche Toss combination, you are getting a layer of safety, because the Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, the fact that she can always have 2 heroes locked down, it could be a very good benefit to you and Doom jumping in.
There you go, work. We'll finally find that first blood with a little bit of a dive. But down bottom, Nesphere kill for the counter is not going to happen. Meanwhile, top, there's a bit of a dive from Mixa, but I don't think the Doom's going to get caught out. All 3 lanes with a bit of action for us. Great job from the observers for actually catching most of the action.
Tower is under attack.
Still looking
Same
at
time
the HP
moves.
bars.
Might just get caught here, but the blast off will be knocked over. A little bit of a mistake from Gothic.
You know, this was a classic math equation. You know, when you have a circle and you want to might jump over the tangent, but you're gonna get pushed out. Vectors math. Something was happening here.
Cartesian mathematics, my friends. You need to learn them. Euclid is rolling in his grave as we speak.
Do you think that Dota players are good at math? Like, a completely random question.
Geometry in general or algebra? I think they're really good in general simple math and algebra. Percentage-wise, diminishing returns, damage numbers, right?
Yeah.
At the very same time, Uragi, gotta calculate that he's gotta back off just a bit. And then we'll immediately pop his self. But yeah, it's, generally, yeah, I would say they're pretty okay with math in terms of algebra. Sure, geometry is a different ordeal, especially the high ground, low ground thing. Even high tier 10k MMR people, you know, sometimes approach us casters as to how am I supposed to see this angle or what the hell is that, you know, ward positioning. So like a month after a meta is released, we usually just have like this massive discussion nationally about what are the good ward positions one way or the other. You know, like which tier 1 team has the best warding technique if they do.
Interesting rotations coming in from both sides. PogChamp are trying to push Nesphere, but mid lane is a lane that they're already suffering. Xeni, he has fallen once already, and that is a bad thing, like, for you to do, like, aside from you being a mid laner dying, but you are ultimately feeding into the Ember Spirit. Now, that was one of the timers that I was anticipating. Once you get the Remnant, you are able to rotate a lot faster, and also they're pushing in mid. So even with PogChamp being present around the bottom, Zero Tenacity can utilize this in their favor. There's still no Black Hole to punish, there's still no Uragi willing to intervene, and you know, she just got her Laguna Blade, but let's see if she has a chance to use it.
The tower loss generally on the mid lane as Mixa gets caught up top. No supports rotated into that mid lane, but they're not getting anything out of this. Plus, they might just lose their Shrine of Wisdom at 7 minutes. Solid 1k net worth lead, but Nesphere will just turn this into an offlane tower. 2 can fall in a matter of a minute here for PogChamp and Krogash. No Black Hole available, and even the Laguna Bladed Lina is not looking for any kind of a catch. Double supports on the top side with Musa and Amorales. They're just gonna sit on top of the Hoodwink. The Phantom's Embrace could be detrimental for Hyuga. 2-on-1 as Uragi comes in with the play. Warwick is joining in. Sleight of Fist is available. And even with the Avalanche, it's not going to be enough to secure the Shrine of Wisdom. Double up at the end of the day as Warwick will even get Uragi on top of everything.
We did say that speed is everything, and Zero Tenacity are not failing to deliver. Like, just within the 2 minutes, they pushed in 2 towers, they got a carry kill, they secured both Wisdom Shrines, so definitely there's that little big difference already between them and PogChamp, which, you know, proves to show why Zero Tenacity were instantly divided here, and PogChamp were still struggling through the trenches. I don't know, like, things might scale out of control now. It's all coming down to when PogChamp are able to activate the Tiny from this point on. Lina, not sure what she can do at the same time. Like, she still likes to farm around the lanes. It's feeling still more of a comfort zone, but the lanes are being pushed out. There's nowhere for you to go.
Doom caught straight on top of Uragi. Mixa is just following around with the Scorched Earth. Good Phantom's Embrace, so there's no Avalanche turnaround available. While Gothic is trying to help out, the Ink Swell will catch, and Mixa with an Infernal Blade will finish the job on top of the Tiny. As the Lina's space in and of itself is shrinking, work from one side, moves from the other. And even though there's no hook shot, there's a nice rocket flare to just slow it down. Battery Assault along with the cogs. Gothic will not make a good blast off. And while Boric is just backing off casually, moves might get caught as collateral damage, but the chain's not hitting Xeni. Does know better than to follow through.
is under attack.
Moose got really lucky there because he was ultimately getting hit by last hits by those, past couple of seconds. The slow burn would have actually killed him, but thankfully no spell landed on him. Zero Tenacity are pulling off these active aggressions onto an Ember that just has the Urn of Shadows. Now that is always your big turning point because it converts Ember's ongoing aggression into extra points just to keep the ball rolling. But compare that to Lina currently, who's only having the power threads and is still in a dire need for Force Staff.
Bottom tower has fallen.
I don't know, like,
I
I'm
don't
trying
even
to
know if
find
it's the right item at this point.
It could be something, for you to get pushed out, but again, there's so much jump. There's also the Doom, like, and also there's the SF who already has the Falcon Blade, the Dragon Lance is gonna be completed, so you also having that extra range. You're outranging the Enigma, you're outranging Lina, and at the same time you're outranging the Hoodwink, which does seem to be the biggest ongoing problem for the SF, but this poor guy has barely reached level 5.
Let's see, there's the blast off. Good counter kill onto Mixa, who was just trying to pressure this tower. At the end of the day, he does have that speed aura from the Cobalt.
Radiant's courier has been
Shout out to all the Birmingham fans out there, right? All that
Yeah,
drinking makes you give you a speed boost. Yeah, it does have a Doom turnaround. We gotta be careful with that. There's a smoke Rota coming out from Warwick and Emerald. They are eyeing up Uragi. Rockflare doesn't reveal, but Warwick does. The smokes break. Nice little aggression going out onto Uragi, but not falling through with the Inkspell. Same time, Bushwhack catch. Strain onto the Grimstroke. No Soulbind before death. But Mixa could still just drop that Doom straight onto the Tiny once again. The MAD does not blow up Lucifer itself, and they will let Uragi to his own vices. The Laguna Blade, not even dodged. Warwick is just walking it off like it's a casual Thursday. Another Searing Chains with a Sleight of Fist. XNE and Hyuga could be in trouble, but with a little bit of Remnant play here. There's a little bit of threatening coming through from the Ember Spirit, but moves, good catch. Straight onto the Lina. Doesn't get the cock hit on the spawn, but does get it with the punt. Morales at the same time still keeping up contact. Krolgash does commit the black hole down bottom to get the SF, but let's see the run of the red-headed, fire-headed lady as Warwick will manage to burn down XNE and secure another on the top lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Again, a bunch of W's for Zero Tenacity after this skirmish as well, even at the loss of the SF, but it was the entirety of team trying to address the question of whether or not we're gonna take down Warwick, whether or not we're gonna kill the Ember. I mean, this is a Grandmaster Ember that we're talking about, so he knows when to jump, he knows when to reset. That very timely reset, right in the middle of the team fight, even though he did have the Fury Fire, was, the respectful
Hold
move
on.
to do.
Hold on, Nesphere might just get caught once again. Gothic joining in. The Idons are doing the work, but Gothic, where's the jump? Oh, he has it on cooldown. Oh, no. Meanwhile, back on mid lane. I don't think Zero Tenacity are looking to stop at this time. They do find the Tiny once again. But yeah, as you mentioned, this tempo coming out from PuckChamp is just lackluster at the best. 4K net worth lead already at 13 minutes in, with Amaryllis finding Uragi again. No Doom available for 20 seconds, but they might just not even need it. Inkswell, along with the Battery Assault, will keep Uragi in place, while Hyuga does come out to try and help. The Soulbind is there. Mixa needing 8 more seconds. It's a bit too much for them to handle, so they'll just leave Moose to die.
Is under attack.
Ultimately, this is not, too punishing of a loss for Zero Tenacity because
this is
they're still
perfect,
alive.
right? Nesphere's free farming, Uragi's being
Exactly.
bothered. They are making 5-man rotations onto the top against the 4. And of course, with the mid still having the tier 1 tower for Zero Tenacity, this is just free real estate that they're just constantly taking over. Silence down, good Laguna Blade, join onto Warwick, but no further lockdown. Is the black hole still on cooldown? And Gothic doesn't really have it. They don't really have any kind of Atos or silence answer to the
Like
Ember Spirit
Iraqi.
yet, and they might not even have it. Doom, not even committed. Onto the Tiny as work. We'll just execute Uragi. They'll find the kill on Hyuga. And
What
these
a
big
beast.
moves coming out from Warwick is just way too convincing in my book right now.
This is absolutely disgusting what's happening, like minute by minute. Like they're sufficing our standard by getting 1 kill per minute. And all of these micro like setups are working out so well for the Zero Tenacity. We saw how well the Moose combination worked with the Inkswell. The second the Inkswell connects, then you're following
Nesphere
up with the Cox. Nowhere to go, and next.
doesn't really care about the Light Strike areas. Warwick comes in for the extra bit of a kill. They're not even dewarding their jungle on Zero Tenacity. That's how much of a nonchalant play this is right now. They're double observer awarded on Nesphere, and sure, they might kill him once or twice with another black hole, but I literally believe Zero Tenacity in their current state just do not give a damn. Is Nesphere? Where's that blast off? Razor, Taser gonna be the attempt, but the Soulbind and the Phantom's Embrace from behind. And Morales, he walked straight up to them in vision. And I don't know, Puck Champ. We gotta move back to our side of the river and start thinking of counterplays, because right now what you're doing, you're just giving souls to the SF. And while Mixa is broken, he is not undeterred. Goes in forward with the phase boots. Another Doom once again on Uragi. And as the Tiny just basically gets purged, XNE tries to make something happen with the Laguna Blade. The blast off actually clipping the Ember Spirit. Works in trouble. And the disarmed Ember might just die, but he's still looking to survive a little bit with the wand. Eventually does fall, but Gothic is next. Triple kill going in the way of Zero Tenacity. With the Doom just being absolutely happy with these series of events. Pause 1-2 in exchange for a pause 2. You're going to be over the moon.
Yep. I mean, to begin with, the team fight was, you know, a very it was starting off in a very awkward manner because PugChamp, they knew what happened down bottom. Gothic got taken down, and they took a fight next to a gate. So Zero Tenacity were instant to move over. They don't have the damage to take down Mixa as easily, and you know there's a Doom. You're definitely having a timer on the side to know when he's gonna be able to strike down next. So he prolonged the team fight for long enough. Obviously, he's already got the drums that are definitely helping him out with durability. The bracer is still doing its heavy lifting. And I don't know, like...
Once again, another chase work. Keeping contact with XNE. This Lena. Maybe just after fight, I'll elaborate a bit more. With Amaralis lost work, he does look overextend a bit and will die. But I'm going to be honest here. This Lena right now... Oh, the Rocket Flare almost making a catch from Moose. It does truly remind me of CCC's performance at TI7, right? This Lena, it had its items, you know, it had its hit, had even its power spike, but it literally did nothing game one. Like, right? Like, the stats weren't that convincing. He did find his farm, he did find, you know, his time to shine and join KP in fights, etc., etc. But eventually the game hit 20 minutes in. True, it's a different meta with different timings, yada, yada, yada. SEC did nothing that game, and then I'm nothing against XNE, but right now in this game, it currently feels like he is literally doing nothing alongside with Uragi, who was shut down way harder than he was.
Yep. I mean,
But
not
then
only way harder, way too many times for a carry.
I beg the question then, like, if you're a 1-4-1 Lena, how are you not getting the kills? This is what I'm still asking. 8. An easy catch onto Hyuga, but XNE will still make it out of there in time. And Amaralis having to pick up the Amplified Damage rune because they're spread way too thin on the Z10 side.
One part of your answer is gonna be Warwick, and this guy is an an absolute, like, aside from him having the actual badge on his profile, like, he knows how to play this hero. We've seen him on the stage, and he's insanely jumpy. Lina is insanely squishy. If she misses out on the light strike array, he's just gonna jump out, reset, and like, he got a solo kill. We saw that between level 5 and level 6. So that's part number one. And part number two, you already gave yourself the answer to when you were talking about CC. Uh, he got the farm. In this scenario, there's no way you can get farm because you still gotta share it with Tiny. You already lost all tier 1 towers. Like, I am, feeling a little bit bitter in this delivery. It makes me sound like Avery just because it's that of a abysmal situation. Like, they're cut out on all sides. There's no way for them to redeem themselves, and I don't know. SF is getting out of control. They did punish him for a couple of times, but this is an SF that we're talking about. He's got the redemption
Oh.
arc of a god, and look at this.
Once again, the catch onto the Tiny. With the Avalanche follow-up, goes the toss back onto Warwick, but it's kind of hard to shake off an Ember Spirit that is already level 12. And just Constant wants to come at you. Looking to finish off the Mage Slayer, but obviously having to farm heroes all the time. The Ember Spirit didn't have its chill time to farm one way or the other, as well as the fact that it's not really a chill farming hero. But yeah, Exony, in my opinion, shouldn't be farming camps. He should be farming people, right? That's why I'm a little bit baffled as to what this current reasoning is. Gothic, not even a shakedown. The Tiny and the Clockwork do meet behind the secret shop for a lovely little keys, but even though there's no hook shot for 9 seconds, they can still set themselves up for success. Proximity mines being denied. Warwick moves on forward with the Ink Swell. Does not make the catch onto the Tiny, but that's not the true target. XNE getting out of dodge. Hyuga will be grabbed by the hook shot. As XNE just flies and flies away. They at least
BKB should be an option. You did mention earlier that Nestor is not playing with a Mask of Madness. Reason being, like, Mask of Madness is an item that you opt in for if you're rolling back into farming. It's like a Midas for DSF. It doubles the value as you keep as long as you keep farming. But this is not a farming SF. This is a fighting SF. He just wants to get better, keep up with that right click, keep up with the team fight survivability. So if he
Look,
decides
shot
to
catch onto
retreat,
Krogash. Hold on. BKB forced.
oh,
This is a massive one. We'll definitely take this as the mid tier 2 is gone.
Has fallen.
2 lanes absolutely pressured by Z10. And sure. A good butterfly reveal for Nesphere. And definitely an amplification to that right click you just talked about. This last tier 1 tower of the game will be protected by Warwick, a 9k net worth lead at this point.
Radiant's top tower is
And I don't think that status quo will change anytime soon. 28
look
minute
at
Shrine
this.
of Wisdom contested by Hugo. But slow burn on the squirrel.
He was actually
I'd be-
way too late. Like, already we saw Warwick jumping in, he took it, and then the Hoodwink walked behind the tree and Warwick like, okay, I have a free snack.
Are we the idiot's voice line comes to mind. Moves being a little bit of, what should we say? Collateral damage at the end of the day. Did you manage to finish the story, by the way?
under attack.
In Dark
Or
Carnival
the
yet?
Clownful? Yeah, I did.
Clownfall, there you go.
I like calling it
I
Clownfall.
like
because
calling it Clownfall as well.
It's the same
After
story, it's the
Clownfall.
same concept, you know?
I mean, it's the same concept. I think it's done way better. I enjoyed the mini games this season way more than 2 years ago, for sure. Flappy
enjoyed
Bird
the
with Bat
typing.
Rider? Hell no. Oh,
Enjoyed the typing.
I found a good method for the typing, but it's not a cheat.
I'm
And
too
yeah.
slow, man. I'm too slow for that. I never got
tell
my
you
2
off
additional
camera.
tokens.
No, actually, I'll reveal it. There's not that many viewers. Like, yeah, you want the good old insiders? Well, I'll give it to you. So, basically, if you just set the FPS max limit, it's the same thing with the keyhole, right? You set the FPS max limit to 5,
Radiant's
and then you
bottom
basically
tower
have
is
all the
under
time in the
Okay.
world to at least reach 2,000, even with 60 words per minute. It's easy to get to 2,000.
Radiant's middle tower
I did
is
try
under
out that method, but I dropped it down to like 20, and I was like, okay, this is not working
Oh,
because
20
it's still
is
a
not
time-based
working
game.
out. No. 5 will work because then the FPS will start backing up in your memory. And then basically that will slow the game down long enough so that you can type in all the words. And no, you don't need space. Also, that's another trick, right? For
Yeah.
the 2-word expressions, you don't need to type in space.
Yeah, I
That's
never
a lot-
bothered with that.
once- Something a lot of people will forget. I forgot. I didn't know,
under
right?
attack.
I think I even made the record while making typing space a lot of the time.
I mean, even though I always have my thumb ready at the spacebar, I never click it because I don't know why. Like, intuitively for games like this, when it's a typing game, like, spaces are omitted unless you're going into hard mode and then you're adding the remainder of the punctuation marks.
Radiant's
Yeah, I almost got 3. Meanwhile, though,
I'll tell you how.
Gothic, an easy cheat. Still, we'll not get out as Miksa dies. So does XNE, and I'm pretty sure Yuragi is actually gonna make it with his BKB reveal, but it cost him 2 of his friends to actually get back
Also,
home.
the Soulbind landing was very good, keeping the Lina and the Tiny together.
Definitely not the way you want to go, but even though you hit this triple BKB timing now, the fact that XNE doesn't get it off in time is also a tragedy.
You
They're not
want me
even
to tell you
using
the secret,
Doom
by
on
the
them.
way.
What kind of hack is it? This is Dev.
This was patched, unfortunately, so you cannot do it anymore.
Oh, is the pause, right? The
It's
F9
the
pause and you can
pause,
type it in?
yes.
Right.
Yes, you keep holding pause, the timer stands, and you just keep on typing. And that was
I heard
patched
that one.
really fast. Like,
Well-
Valve noticed that we're dirty, stinking cheaters, and they decided to fight back.
Well,
But
we
we
are
still
dirty,
found
stinking
other methods,
cheaters.
you know, like cheating also with the bots and whatnot.
Bots I don't think is a cheat. And finding
no.
bots more and more fun the more I play. Or what do you mean, bots?
The specific mechanic, so I do believe it was Shiver that discovered this, and I
Oh,
think
and
you
yeah,
can get a
the
full
TP
overview.
scroll block. Yeah,
Yes.
at the very same time, I think the TP scroll block is just stupid. Just kill all the bots. Farm the bots instead of farming the creeps, and you'll have a great time. I think our mutual friend Unicorn Wizard got that one right. You just farm
Yep.
the enemy. You farm the enemy bots, get enough gold so that you get your meme hammers and whatever's in time.
But
I
you're
think my record.
also limited on your heroes because you're always forced to choose which hero has the 3 tokens, right? And you end up playing heroes that you don't like or they're incredibly passive early on, like an
Nah, I
Abaddon.
just play Undying all the time, throw down Tombstone, get a Rampage, and then just move on from there. Okay, not a
And then you
Rampage,
trade.
but yeah, and then I just trade. I mean, it's just 10 minutes. I get to watch my Gilmore Girls and all my TV shows and Grey's Anatomy and Bistro Hubby. I watch all my memes while I play my Undying. I just don't care. People are pinging me. Why are you buying Guardian Grease on this stupid hero? You're supposed to buy meme hammers. Like, you don't tell me what to do. By the time they finish their meme hammers, right? I have my Guardian Grease and my meme hammer. They just don't get it. How is this guy 16-0-5? It's impossible. Power of the Tombstone. They just don't hit it. Like, literally, the bots are stupid. They don't hit the Tombstone. As Uragi, there it is, the black hole we've been waiting for, but at the same time, leashed, cursed, and tied together. Uragi, force-staffed into safety, but it isn't safe either. Nesphere and Moose, no, just hold their ground. All the explosions in the world are not going to deter this SF. As XNE tried to hold out for as long as possible, but team whipped this puck champ at 35 minutes into the game. And this might just be the end. That will force Zero Tenacity to go high ground.
Very big Doom AoE reveal during that team fight. It was, the black hole that Krolgash was looking for during the entire game, catching on to 3, but he was instantly doomed out. Before that, I don't think that something landed. No, actually, the battery assault does not put things to a stop, but the Doom helped out.
Hookshot was technically used, but I don't think it was used on the Enigma. I
No.
think you are right. It was the Doom AoE that put things to a halt immediately. Hyuga will not stop the first tier 3 from falling as Warwick on the massive hunt. We don't really talk about the Ember Spirit Aghanim Scepter, but you're just basically getting these beautiful, juicy items at the end of the day. And with a full mid lane exposed, it might just be time to visit good old Roshan. Now that he's on
It's
the
a
bottom pit.
given. Like the scepter being picked up, it's a given. Like Ember, if he's moving fast, he just wants to move faster, and it's been a beautiful game from Warwick from start to finish, getting everything on time and even sooner than that. So, while they're keeping the pain train, they're just doubling down on items. They are not showing any sign of retreat. They're not showing any sign of getting any defensive items. Like, the closest thing they have to a defensive item is the BKB for both Nesphere and Mixa. And Mixa needs to just jump in, as we saw earlier, for one more team fight. This could be very much GG. Let's see if the contest is gonna favor PuckChamp this time.
Roshan at 30% HP. Moose immediately goes in for the grab. Keeps them at bay with the cog block. As Warwick, Amaras, and Mixa immediately go for the chase. Uragi wanting to go for the long route, but out comes the Reckoning of the Souls and deters them from even attempting to jump into the pit. Uragi and Gothic trying to elongate the game for as long as possible. Yule Scepter onto the Doom, and Gothic's on the run. Upriver, he will go for the blast off and keep the distance, but the teleportation will be stopped as soon as the Proximine is spotted. Ragi's still outside, but the rest of the team on Z10 is pushing on forward. Nesri just doesn't give a damn. I love this approach from DSF. Zexani gonna be revealed. Out comes the chains. Good with the play. Black hole once again, but Mixa is far and wide away. The Aegis will be broken as Warwick with a sleight of fist and a curved remnant will try and get away. At the same time, the Spirit Vesseled and Butthurt Enigma will go down for this. Hyuga goes in for the jump and tries to get the kill, but Mixa will block it off. No sharpshooter for you. Nesphere will even tip Lucifer for his grand gameplay. The Doom will land on the Lina The next knee is just gone.
Very well
High
played out
ground.
from Zero Tenacity, time after time again.
High ground siege number 2 this time from Nesphere. No Aegis, but no fear at all. He does have the Satanic and the Manta and all the dodges in the world as Uragi gets chased away, moves with a Gem of True Sight. Not even scared of the tiniest. Out comes the blast off. Mixa jumps in immediately in between them. Gets the budget Ravage off as Uragi is forced to use his BKB once more. But as the Tiny dies, the GG will be called. And 38 kills in 38 minutes. Zero Tenacity will take game number 1 away from PuckChamp.
Radiant
Great draft, great play, very much on focus. PuckChamp, they're again suffering from the same things that they've been suffering during the previous series, and I don't know, it just spikes my inner Avery time after time again. Like, you're doing the same thing in the hopes of a different result, and that's basically the definition of being crazy. Now, a lot of well plays, like these micro plays from Zero Tenacity, lined up very well throughout the entire game. Uragi did not have any time to farm. At the end of things, it was looking really tough because he went down that tough choice. Do I need to finish the AC? Do I have time to get the buyback? Am I focusing on one or the other? I cannot focus on anything because ultimately it's not even a matter of time. It's just a matter of minutes, half even seconds before they strike down and destroy us for one more time. So I don't know, like pushing this tiny narrative for PuckChamp has failed, and I don't know what else to say. Like it's been the same situation for the past 3 days. They either need to get something as fast as their counterparts are picking up, because not only what we've seen right now with Zero Tenacity, they've played a bunch of, who else was it during the past couple of days? Like they played Level Up, they played not Hoodwing, they played Aria Royce. Every single time it's been the same, and I want to see something like we've seen teams growing, we've seen teams evolving and changing from draft to serious to season, and we haven't really seen that you know, adaptation from PuckChamp. And I would be really sad to see this team go because I love all of these names here. Krolgash has been insanely great, but not in this composition.
Yeah, at the very same time, it has to be said, PuckChamp, we are far from the play-in stage where they were second in Group A. But even then, they only got it with 2 series wins, one against Lynx, and of course, the other against KW. So, once again, you know, the only win they had so far was against KW, and it will be a tragic end if once again they will be 2-0'd. But will they be 2-0'd? Let's all find out after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Things going absolutely as we expected, right, Base Defender?
Yeah.
Yeah, here at EPL Masters, it looks like Zero Tenacity is going to be picking up the Luna strat, as we immediately read. I mean, even into the Necro, it just feels way too appealing. Obviously, PuckChamp not wanting to steal it at pick 14 and 15 makes a lot of sense. But now with the Grimstroke on top of everything, right? You're not even going for the Rubik Classic Centaur Warner plus Rubik Lane. You just want to basically inhibit even more damage to the enemy by having that double Lucent Beam, double Fiend's Grip possibilities, double edge. Would that turn double edge into a quad edge in that case, right?
I guess so. I mean, that would mean not like, just Centaur's getting on his hind legs. He's just fully jumping in on all fours into the team fight.
Jeez,
But
just
I do
take all
like
this
it.
damage. I'll
It's
take all that
annoying.
damage. Beastmaster coming out against the Luna seems fine overall. But the Ringmaster save could definitely, at least give you a chance at a possibility of getting out of this. At the
I
same
mean, the
time,
Grimstroke being brought in once again. First, you have this very annoying pairing, and that is the Hoof Stomp with the Inkswell, which has been like a new classic ever since the Grimstroke got introduced, and we have seen how well of a team fight control he has with the Soulbind. And as you said, double of everything: double Lucent Beam, double Fiend's Grip. The things go amazing, and also maybe you can pair it up with a very stunning mid laner that is annoying, such as the Storm Spirit, and make it ever more so annoying. And with that zero tenacity, they're gonna keep up with the pace. They're gonna keep up at the same tempo level as they did during the previous game. Now, PuckChamp are being thrown on a very slow timer to begin with, and that's something that I'm worried about.
it's just what does Uragi want to end with? Obviously, we are reading that the Necrophos should go mid, but it is more than a possibility that Uragi would want to take it as a carry himself. At the very same time, Zero Tenacity having only addressed the Ember Spirit, it's not a full given for them. They will get rid of all the good spirits remaining, and with the Void being the only one left, I would not personally want to play Void Spirit currently, even though it was really good once Universal Heroes were introduced. Right now, its scaling is just a little bit slow, making
Yeah.
less of a variety, less of a creativity than what you can actually have with an Ember.
For sure. I mean,
So
last pick is gonna go to zero tenacity, so they can opt in for whatever they want. Like you can have these interesting, like maybe even Leshra could be picked up, or Puck is out of the picture, which definitely would have been interesting for Warwick. But also, uh, I do believe I saw something interesting earlier when I was unrolling the stats in terms of what he's playing. So, there could also be the Pango option, which is very interesting. He's also played Monkey King in mid, which is not something that we've seen in the past couple of patches. So,
it's
but I do
it's
agree with the
it's
notion that this should be a Necro going in as carry, because going down the line of having Tiny again for PuckChamp is gonna kill their season completely.
yeah, I don't think it's the answer for sure. And even if they win here, chances of them making it through to the playoffs is kind of low one way or
Mm,
the other. But we would love them to push it to a game number 3. Out comes the Pango you requested for X
yep.
and E,
I mean, I
and
was
with
looking for it for
for
Z10, but this
Warwick,
is
right? Yeah,
good.
but it will be X and E taking it more than likely, right? Now there's the possibility of putting the Beastmaster mid lane. So it's more like covering all your bases right now with this draft right now on the PuckChamp side of things. Kind of throwing it towards this only tell line, right, where Beastmaster could even be the carry. Although
Mm.
in 741 it's less and less prevalent. Thank Gaben and all his disciples at Valve. At the very same time, with a minute remaining, Warwick Pangolier counters. Really good ones are already out of the pool, right? Ember Spirit and Viper, that
Viper,
is.
yeah.
But I'm
Hmm.
sure they can definitely find an angle here.
I mean, definitely this could be a first hero reveal for Warwick, because most of the heroes that he's playing are even either banned out or being picked up by PuckChamp already.
I
Um,
like your Monkey King, though. It's not a bad
yeah.
idea at the end of the day. Boundless Strike is massive in this stage. You can even stop the Escape Act from moving.
I mean, you said you wanted to have like this global hero every now and then. Like even Nature's Prophet could be interesting here. We did speak about it as a potential carry. But also, I do like MK because it has that short term, and who would have forgot?
Snapfire.
Grandma is still in the pool, and why
I
not
don't
pick her
know.
up?
Grandma into Pango doesn't sound that convincing in my eyes. I would have rather seen the Monkey King, or there was another one I was brewing in my head. But yeah, Grandma does make an appearance. And speaking of the global here, I think to an extent the Centaur is it, right, with the Stampede.
Yeah.
So there is that kind of sense of global approach one way or the other. Both teams opting in for more burst than Brawn. And of course, long range damage coming out from the Snapfire as well on Zero Tenacity. We shall see. I don't think Urag is going to have a good time once again. And even with the massive pressure coming out from a Beastmaster, Luna doesn't care. You have all your glaives, you have all them bounces. And at the end of the day, of course, Brain Sap will always tear off any kind of adversary that
You
would
can
try
very
and harm us here.
easily you can very easily remove the creeps from Coral Gash, which is always the main play for Beastmaster. Great control in the early game, then later on with the dominated creeps. But I don't know, like PuckChamp, even though later in the later stages of the game they have a lot of aspects covered, but the early problem that they're facing is the lack of good damage. So yes, Xeni can deliver with the swashbuckle. Uragi might be able to, keep up and withstand himself with the shroud, with the pulse and stuff like that, but he needs that real actual damage, and also he needs to close the gap to the Luna actively, because Luna, she's got a very strong frontliner. She's got the Centaur that can easily carry the team fight for her, stay, retaliate, maybe like. And this is a Centaur that is gonna go directly towards the big item, the Heart of Taras
Prepare for
prioritization,
battle.
and that will further exploit what PuckChamp are lacking early on. So it's either going to come down to Xeni and his breaking out of mid lane that is going to start defining the course towards aggression for PuckChamp, or it's going to be Uragi. Now, for Uragi, he can make the Radiance. Like, Necrophos is the fastest Radiance maker out of all heroes that require that farming item. But his involvement in teamfight is only going to be limited as long as he has.
Okay, interesting question though here, Miss Analyst. How many Blink Daggers do you think we're going to have in this game?
For Zero Tenacity, I'm looking at 4 already. Like, I'm looking at Centaur, I'm looking at the supports because Bane and Grimstroke definitely want to be jumpy Snapfire as well. PuckChamp, the Ringmaster definitely. Techies is a little bit far-fetched. Beastmaster definitely will be needing one. Pango, it's an either-or, depending on how much more do you need to close the range. And given the fact that there's already 4 potential on Zero Tenacity, you might be forced to it. So all in all total, I'm seeing 8.
Yeah, I will agree with that assessment. I'm very much curious to see in what order they're going to be arriving in, especially since you said Mixa will go for the heart build, which I expect as well. He's already got that Helm of the Dawn queued up for himself. Will try and contest unsuccessfully the rune, but will they take the first blood in exchange of that? The answer is yes. As Hugo will fall. Moose could be next, although he is trying to get the deny onto Roshan himself. Gets the right clicks. Roshan will go mad, but Uragi is just a little bit faster on the trigger. We'll get lucky. Roshan's first hit was not going to be that strong, as Mixa will die as well for kill number 2. Emeralds, though, will still take his pound of flesh, evening up the scoreboard. But with first blood being on the Z10 side, they do have a tiny bit of an advantage of just about 150 gold to start off things here.
Now, you did say earlier that the Snapfire matchup is not something that you like against the Pango. It's something that I like a little bit more in contrast to the other lanes. For offlane Snapfire, it's feeling a little bit too passive. For mid lane, she's getting all of that attention. She can even start focusing on the little shredder, which is usually the skill that is, set up very late into the game. But you do want that early harassment onto the Pango. You are packing plenty of damage. You have the cookie to jump away if the swashbuckle is coming in, so it's going to be a race until level 6, but there's also the small potential that Snapfire can punish a Pango if he overextends.
Yeah, I'm waiting for more on the aggressive side, as actually the aggression comes out on the side lanes instead, both top and bottom, where things are going awry really, really quickly. Emeralds is a lot of work here on bottom with the Grimstroke. We were expecting the opposite, right? Moves coming into the bottom lane with the Bane and just brain sapping the brains out of the techies and everything else. But I think Emeralds is doing a lot of work with just the Sing Swell and the Stroke of Fate. And basically, it's just more damage against the boar. Is just stacking it up over and over and over again. It's kind of brutal so far. Let's see. Nix, on the other hand, is suffering for this. As all the blades and daggers are coming out. You think we're gonna get the skin of Ringmaster's brother, one way or the other?
Ooh, Poliachi? I think so.
Cogliacci? Are we going into semantics again? I'm
I
down.
think so because for me it's like the sad
I don't
clown
say the G, yeah.
Poliachi,
Yeah, I don't say the
which
G either.
and I think that's it could be
Italiano.
Cogliacci as well, just to put
But does
emphasis
that
on the
mean...
cogs.
Does that mean that Ringmaster's canon name in one of the universes is Pinocchio?
Ooh,
Or it is...
that's
well,
a
his
good one.
father's name is Lorenzo, not Giuseppe,
Yep,
right?
yep,
Or
yep. I do agree.
Geppetto, right? It was Geppetto,
It
right?
was Geppetto, yeah.
Oh, God.
But hold up,
Disney
I'm
and
looking
their
at top
movies.
though.
It's
Top is looking
fine.
scary.
It's fine.
Somebody's
Someone's gonna
dying.
die. It's gonna be
Hello?
okay.
Who's gonna
There's
die
the
though?
death balls. The death balls. It's reaching. God, he should be fine because the tower region helped him, didn't it? Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Math. See, they're good at math. These guys are awesome at math.
So 2 plus 2 is 4 minus 1, that's 3, right? That sort of
So
thing
that's
going
three,
on.
two, two. Yes. 3 minutes, two kills.
Yeah, I mean
Conspiracy and
something. The
Illuminati
numbers are saying
confirmed.
it.
Vladimir calling and ringing as once again the daggers are going through. Good nightmare set up onto Uragi, but Uragi is fine.
He's
Somebody
like
do
Elton
something.
John. He's Elton John right now. He's still standing, no
Oh,
problem.
Radiant's middle tower
was
is
that an
under
Elton
attack.
John song?
Yeah, I'm still standing.
I'm still standing. Yeah.
I had another take to throw at you.
What's
Because
up?
we're talking about automatons and cogs and wheels and whatnot. And we
Oh, are
have
you gonna bring up
clockwork.
Helldivers?
No. I wanted to say about clockwork, like, what if he's your first automaton after Koliachi and we might get a human form
No,
from the
he's a
hero?
keen. He's keen. We already have
I
a human form
know.
skin on him, by the way.
Is under
It's
attack.
basically sniper set on top of clockwork. It looks super awkward, but it's really funny. I don't know if you saw that
Here.
skin.
I think I've seen
He's
it.
keen. He is keen under all that robotic
But
shenanigans. Scrollgash will get bursted
oh,
down for kill number
nice.
3 down bottom. Hyuga
Up.
moving in for the fun. At the same time, though, Uragi does the counter kill onto Miksa. Miksa did need that massive reset. Up on that top lane, he doesn't buy out the Helm of the Iron One in time. Pretty sure he had the gold for it, but that loss. Or maybe it was just
Gothak
like,
almost dying as well by 19 HP.
yeah, walk of shame back home, but we will have the TP out. His
About
move.
5 minutes in, we are looking at pretty much even. I mean, the Necro is farming, the Luna is farming, none of it is currently obstructed, even though Zero Tenacity are trying to inflict as much pressure as they can. But they've been a little bit short-handed in terms of the damage, but they're
Am I
trying again.
scared? But this is the only problem I always have with the safe lane Necrophos. Ever since Team Bald during the what heydays are good days, right? What is the expression for like the twilight days of DPC? There we go.
Right.
So like Gork did actually bring out this carry Necro, right? And was very much a big believer of it being part of the meta. I never really truly liked it as Miksa will go down, killing spree for Uragi. I might be caster cursing Zero Tenacity over here, but if Uragi pulls off an extremely successful
Dire's top tower is under
Necrophos carry, I will be happy and impressed. When we were practicing these plicks, right, as Xani goes down to the first Mortimer's Kisses, or will he go down for the first Mortimer's Kisses? There's the kiss, but
Boom.
even so, it will be a nice little cookie jump along with a Scatter Blast that will secure both Xani and Hyuga with work. Very slow right clickage coming out of the Universal Grandma, but even so, Gothic will finally make the they're watching the game. They're not cheering or screaming or anything like we are, because we're crazy. They're just sitting there and like, They're counting in their heads, right? It's
Yep,
just about the math. What's next? What did I achieve? What can I do next? And that is why, like, like rampages are not the be all end all moments. It's the awful thief in the night. It's the massive big jumps of the $6 million echo, and obviously Miracle still finding his presence of mind to start spinning because he sees that the Centaur is right there on their division that GH just laid out seconds before that. So yeah, it's generally those moments we need to capture as much as possible. And
for
yeah,
sure.
Rubicon is a cold-hearted killer. Let's just be honest
Yeah.
here. Like, my boy's a psychopath. One of
He's
the
the
reasons
last
why.
person who managed to pull off a successful tiny carry, and ever since then, people have been struggling. Uh, but there's definitely a very thick line between watching Dota as a pro, watching Dota as a part of the crowd. Because when you're a part of the crowd, you're drinking, you're having fun, you're enjoying yourself, like you're flourishing, because it's
Only
the
drink
Dota
at legal
mecca
age, kids.
happening at the given moment, right? But when you're a pro, you're just like, this is like a series of events which are about to backfire regardless of what happened in the skirmish, because that person died, that happened, this happened, that thing was used up, that was an overextension, this was here, this was that, I would have done this differently. It's a I don't envy that sort of a POV of the game, because you're definitely going in deeper, but you're definitely enjoying it in a manner of your own.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the best games are still being played at TI. That's undeniable. As PogChamp, they could be, don't want to jinx it, knock on wood right now. They could be well on their way to their first 1-1 of the tournament right now. And even so, it's only worth 2 points, even if they win the series. The fact that they're fighting is definitely an admirable quality in them. They get the 17-minute Roshan. Minute 18. Secure Aegis for Uragi instead of Krogash.
Yeah, and also to remind you, like, this group stage is far more aggressive compared to the previous group stages that we've seen, because only 2 teams per group are moving forward into the playoff stage, so it is gonna be tough. But with potentially 5 points, you're not gonna get there. Zero Tenacity already has 6, Aria Rise, no Hoodwing, Level Up, all of them have 6 points already, so that is the baseline minimum that you need to survive. So I hate to say this, but most probably this team is toast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, we'll still respect them for finding one way or the other.
Course.
Zero Tenacity, one way or the other, they with this series they've secured point number 7, I believe, right? With that previous win in game number 1. That will
I
push them
think so,
forward.
yeah.
Yeah, that will definitely push them forward. And it's gonna be up to No Hoodwink or Your Rise to duke it out. I would love to see a bit of tiebreaker action here at EPL Masters, but one thing's for certain, Uragi, Soul Bidden. It looks like Aegis will be broken. Nixa does lose his life for all of this exchange, because Krogash will find that little bit of a catch on both him and Moose with the help of XNE.
I don't agree with this.
All PogChamp lose for this is the Aegis. It's not a bad move at all. With Nesphir looking for the recovery gold on the enemy territories. They do see Uragi, and they still have the Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken.
If you're able to bait out these, responses from PogChamp, and you at the same time gaining something in return, you ultimately have not lost the team fight and the balance. But they traded off 2 heroes for 2 big ultimates, with 2 big ultimates just for an Aegis, and it's what I had a very big problem with. Even though the Pango lockdown was absolutely great, they should have saved that for phase number 2.
Warwick,
Oh, but this though.
good grab onto Uragi. They get the Necrophos kill.
Radiant's
See,
As
now
up
this is
top,
a redemption. Full redemption from that.
structures are fortified.
we should have knocked on wood a bit harder. It doesn't look like Mix is going to die, as the last tier 1 tower on the dire side will fall.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We are seeing Krogash being online, though. As 2 tier 2 towers have already fallen on the Radiant side of the map. it is a bit of objective pressure coming out from PuckChamp, which could be the window to success. But this is not could be, you know. Ain't nothing until the ancient lady sings. Although depending on what kind of music pack you use.
Not gonna lie, like PuckChamp are winning on two fronts. One is the fact that this early Beastmaster has facilitated their early push, them getting Roche as well, and also that they still have the Necro completely uncontested. Now this Necro is gonna jump in, unless he already did with. Yeah, it's gonna be the first time that he's using the BKB because it's fresh off the shop. So that is gonna be a tough feat to face against in the upcoming team fight. So Zero Tenacity, if they're gonna choose to go 5v5, they have to take that into consideration, and they have to be really careful in how they split the team fight because they don't have
Yeah.
heroes that are able to divide the team fight, such as a Pango.
I absolutely agree. There's only so many things you can Nightmare and Fiend's Grip at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that is the number
two
one
at most.
concern. As we only have 3 blinks so far, but the only one available on what the hell? Easy catch onto Xtini. A little bit of World Cup action coming over here, but Warwick getting nice, close, and personal straight on Xtini. Primal Whisper straight into the Grandma's ear as Warwick will go down for this. And Amaryllis can't really do much else. We'll get rooted, we'll get caught, and eventually the painter will be decapitated. It looks like PuckChamp's aggression is paying off here.
So far, they've called in those beautiful rotations. I mean, it's giving them a very stable lead, but given their track record, like, I'm still waiting for something bad to happen. Like, I don't want to jinx it. This might be my attempt to counter jinx it. Because there's still space for Nesphere, there's still space, right now a little bit for Mixa, but we shall see. There's still that high ground push that you need to be careful about. The Luna can be a very big the Luna, sorry, can be a very big problem alongside with the Snapfire. So let's see how far PuckChamp are going to push and be victorious about it.
Xtini gonna grab onto the Pango and an easy execution. Yeah, no, you cannot allow this to happen. Like in these approaches, it's a little bit weird. I don't know if I want to go Disperser in this game if I'm the Pangolier. I'm gonna be honest with Joe. Speaks finally has the Blink Dagger of his own, so we are at halfway through a Blink counter overall. Amaryllis not looking for the grab just yet, but does have the Dark Portrait as the counter play one way or the other.
Really is that standard Pango going for the Scepter, so it's not too shabby. Disperser might be coming out later into the game with where I believe it has a little bit more effect, but you want to land that additional damage. You want to have that reach. You want to jump into the backlines and punish the supports because so far you are winning, yes. But Zero Tenacity, they are withholding. They're still waiting to play their right cards. They're still waiting for their blackjack to arrive, and they're pushing on the sides. They're causing these distractions. They're allowing Nesphere to get as much room as he can because the Luna is getting packed up. BKB is already present. She's the one who's gonna get an early
Mini
dagger.
pause. Unpause.
Oh.
Pause again. 5,000 ping. 500 pong.
Ping pong. Imagine Dota being an ultra advanced version of Pong. But this is where we got to be after how many 50 years of games, of video games. Plus,
Kind of insane that the boys are actually in Kazakhstan, right? We're getting ready for Games of the Future and they're playing into Europe. It is kind of crazy. But yeah, also, like, that's one of the feats why we can work with our colleagues in North America as well. Why I can hang out with the aforementioned Avery and Cap from time to time. So, good stuff, if I may say so. Good for the internet. Good for technology and humanity.
good for engagement at the same time.
Good for gaming. Good for the gamers. Be happy
So
that you can play your stupid little video games.
Video games.
Video games.
What I like about PuckChamp, like, by far this is the most concise and precise draft that they have opted in for. Like, if this is gonna be a favorable matchup, I'm gonna pose the question: where was this during the entire group stage? Because they have effect. They have a team fight. because ultimately then they never had a decent team fight with the heroes that they brought in. It was either that full focus on Uragi, like it does seem like that Paravision are trying to do with Satanic, but we know where Paravision are and we see where PuckChamp are.
19-14, and with a 7K lead, 24 minutes in. We get an insta smoke immediately from Zero Tenacity. They have everything for a good team fight. They want to throw everything at the enemy as well.
Are scanning.
Black Dragon from Kolgash will be denying the regen room. But as the helm of the Overlord creep is a bit stronger. In goes the Stampede jump. In comes the Sphere as well. The Blink reveal coming out from the Luna. As the Escape Act will help the Beastmaster a little bit, XNE. Even though he was Fiend's gripped, the Pangolier will not be bashed that easily. Uragi moving on through the crowd. They will find the Bane kill first, but that one support ain't gonna be enough. Nesphere will get Reaper Scythe down, as XNE will be the exchange kill for all of this. Hyuga keeping contact. Tame the Beast will work, as with the Inkswell, Amaryllis looking to disengage from all of this, but with the Razor Taser and of course the Death Pulse, Uragi will get his double kill and a pound of flesh. 3 for the price of 1. A bit overzealous coming out from Zero Tenacity. One of the big contentions, right? Just walking down this mid lane, one way or the other. It was one of the
Jumped
biggest.
in pretty blind.
It was one of the biggest question marks against playtime as well during EWC. But this move in and of itself, you know, if you have everything, in this case it was the Blink, the Eclipse, the Fiend's Grip, the Stampede, everything was literally used on the side of Zero Tenacity. They still fall short 1,300 damage compared to their adversaries. Since they do have the blast off, they do have all those bombs. Yule Scepter juggle into the air. And don't even get me started on the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty right for PuckChamp in the terms of how they responded, because they ultimately were fighting under a tier 2 tower. Zero Tenacity jumped in completely blind, maybe in the hopes of just the Beastmaster being there and they can commit 2 ultimates and get the hell out of there. Now, when they realized that the entirety of PuckChamp was there, they were not able to keep things in control, because as long as PuckChamp are alive, they always have that additional unit during the team fight. They have the Ringmaster, and the Ringmaster was a very big problem. The second the Soulbind went off, it was again the Beastmaster and the Creep. The Beastmaster got secured with the Escape Act, and it was just that near-death scenario completely being shut down from his presence. Now, XNE pushing things out, ultimately dividing the team fight for PuckChamp to control it a lot easier, because with that also you're causing another problem for Zero Tenacity. The more kisses will need to be split up as well. So,
Yeah,
it's a good place. Not gonna lie, but still, I was hoping for a little bit of an extra advantage gain from this. We're still dancing around this 8-9k.
I did definitely believe that Z10 we're looking for a more grouped up PuckChamp, and as word gets executed, they are slowly but surely realizing their approaches into the enemy territory is just not looking like the right way of survival or elongating the game. Surely this place is not warded, right? Says Nesphere. He is walking under the Dire Observer ward.
Ooh.
Might just be screwed from the behind.
Yeah,
You are literally farming under an enemy watcher. Goes for the BKB TP. Will be successful on that, but talk about it being close. That Nightfall move might not have been better. If he would have
not
had
only
the
the Watcher,
second
there's that
BKB.
Observer as well, like close to the Croakers, which also had detected the entire Luna movement across the river.
Nice drawing by the defender, but sadly production doesn't see our little squiggles. But I get to see the squiggles. But yeah, Roche number 2 just 10 minutes after the previous one. With an increased advantage. Even so, if you look at the graph, Gaben is still a Radiant believer, and I'm kind of with him. The 10k not worth lead, it's just numbers and figures. At the very end of the day, the Luna's power spike is arriving. Despite him not going for the Satanic, which is weird. Double Shrine will help, but with the Stampede escapably used, Mixa in trouble. Centaur Conqueror will be war run to death. Tries to go for the TP, but will be cut down to size by the Reaper Scythe. Oh, Hero Harvest season is in as Amoralis with the Haste Rune tries to go for the escape. Phantom's Embrace, straight onto the Necro. And the Dark Portrait Necro Illusion is dishing out the damage against Yuragi. Look at that right click going through. Still going to be extra 44 gold for the Necrophos at the end of the day.
Get tougher to take down Yuragi because the Shiva is coming out soon enough. The Heart of Tarrasque is going to be the item coming up next, and he already has the Munt and the BKB combination for at least 2 types of avoiding big spells. Now Luna, on the other hand, she is of course going to start complementing herself with damage, so we are seeing the data list nearing completion, but I'm still feeling fearful about how Zero Tenacity will maintain the team fight. Not only that they're having a problem with isolating and, well, A, prioritizing, B, isolating the prioritized targets, they also are having an issue with Mixa. So he's been doing okay on the centaur, but this is not a centaur in full force.
Hold on. We're gonna be Primal Roared immediately. Yuragi with a big rotation. The Boots of Travel working out really, really well with Krogash, right? Every time he moves his big granite golem, Yuragi can just basically join in on that creep. Not really truly needing the Boots of Travel level 2 just yet.
No.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, Yuragi is getting kind of overweight in terms of farm. Right, because you can't just say the F word that easily now. Amplified damage inside the river. This is all for him, and in the current state of things, Base Defender, I'm just kind of questioning how many racks are we going to see lost on the Zero Tenacity side before they will finally show up for legit a team fight on their end.
During the Aegis? I don't think any. Because Zero Tenacity, they still have the upper hand with the Luna. They're trying to avoid direct conflict, but if push comes to shove, they do have the upper ground, the high ground defense. Now, also interesting things have been happening up top as Nesphere is not only pushing out, there's nobody responding to this Luna, so we might as well see Zero Tenacity breaking high ground first.
Yeah, they don't really want to respond to the rat one way or the other. Nesphere will leave behind the Manta Illusions and make a slow rotation home nice and slow. Banner throw down along with the siege creeps. PuckChamp should be faster on this bottom tier 3. Amoralis, once again, just being a big bad pest with this little bit of a Dark Portrait. As up top, Nesphere will get caught with the Primal Roar, but Yuragi's in trouble as well. It will be Aegis first, though, as with the Stampede, Mixa turns the fight around. Krogash and XNE in trouble. Buyback coming out from the Pangolier as an easy grab onto Nesphere. The Luna will go down as Yuragi just lost the Aegis. Will BKB for the turnaround. Reaper Scythe available. He will be joining in onto the Bane. Will take out moves immediately. He does not want to bet into the Nightmare once more, or doesn't want to get Dark Portrait of him made once again. But still, mass gamble, which will be paying off for Zero Tenacity. They do secure the top lane, which will guarantee them super creeps on their off lane.
I mean, ultimately, that's, the long term for Zero Tenacity that is gonna pay off. That's one lane actively being pushed out. They did split the team fight very actively because they were, I don't think PuckChamp were expecting for Nesphere to commit. They thought he was gonna roll back to defend high ground, but the answer was no. He did take down XNE, which ultimately was, a buyback for Stout, so that is gonna destabilize the upcoming team fights for PuckChamp.
Work with the escape.
Yep, next up we're gonna see maybe next Roche is gonna be pretty far away, but I believe that there could be a possibility that both sides are gonna just keep on farming for the time being.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going towards a more stale play now that, one lane is being constant pressured by Zero Tenacity. But the Radiant Jungle is still a threat, which Krogash will, more than likely, just happily farm away in Bob Ross style. for as much as possible. Happy little accidents, getting all them shards for the team if needed. Next tier of neutrals are going to be available in a minute and a half. So, more than likely, these Cloak of Flames will be swapped off. As we already have, by the way, 7 of the 8 predicted Blink Daggers.
I mean, that's +1 hero that I didn't expect to go for a Blink Dagger so early, and that is the Luna, so ultimately that could add up to 9 Blink Daggers by the end of the game. And then, you know, the 10th hero is gonna fall for peer pressure.
Oh, yeah. Uragi is not aiming for one for now, and I don't think his inventory will allow it, so he might just be correct on the 8 prediction. With Gothic, it is a good question. Do you go for the Blink first or the Wind Waker?
Wind Waker gives you a little bit more safety.
I
and
personally
it could be
would
used.
say the Blink Dagger, personally.
Really? You always have that, you know, counter control of the enemy units. You can bait them off into, you know, a follow-up. So I do prefer that just a little bit more. Blink Dagger is a very selfish item, especially for a support, unless you are proactively using that item to keep up with the jump, to keep up with the aggression. But if you're forced to, you know,
But basically,
go for
you
the
need the
setup.
flash. You need the flash so bad for positioning. Like, MOBAs are all about positioning. Like, why is this game? This game is not different than League of Legends. Why does this game have more money on EWC than League of Legends?
Oh my god, I heard so many people complain in my ear.
My
over the
ears
past
are
month.
bleeding right now, man.
Well,
Why
like,
are you doing
literally,
this to me?
imagine as a caster, this is all you get as DMs. Like, why?
What kind of people do you hang out with? What the hell?
I don't hang out with these people. They just keep DMing me.
Why do you even read that?
Live in a country where one MOBA is more popular than the other, and you'll find out.
So, I
such a
mean,
good-
I'm in the same
You're
situation,
such a
but
good caster.
we're
Why don't you
water
cast
and oil.
League
We
of
don't mix.
Legends? Well, cast a League of Legends.
I don't know. I don't want to live a life where I need to puke like 20 hours a day. I'd rather watch Dota 20 hours a day and make no money. Thank you. Comes the double smoke straight on the middle of the river between the two teams.
Let's go.
This is a tight one. 36 minutes in the power room will be XMEs. It will be an amplification. But he is not willing to gamble. Puck Champ wanting to keep it safe. And they will elongate the game. They want to outlast this power spike of the Luna, which I do respect. But at the same time, Rat Dota is Rat Dota for a reason.
Rat Doto is best Dodo, my buddy.
Rat Dota is best Dota for life, but at the very same time, they can't let this tier. They can't let this mid tier 2 fall. No, it doesn't seem significant. I do understand, dear audience, but at the same time, if this mid tier 2 is done for, Puck Champ, you're just so vulnerable to just getting high grounded. And Nesfer, all he needs is to reach, right? Those glaives, as soon as they start doing the work, things are just going to fall apart. Fiend's Grip straight onto the Necrophos as Warwick is going to do the jump back and forth. The hopscotch of the Grandma will eventually expire as even with the Refresher Orb, they do not manage to kill off Uragi. The distraction wasn't enough for the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. Apparently so. As the tier 2, it's 100 HP. It will fall eventually to Nesphere.
Middle tower has fallen.
Oh, this map, it doesn't seem important. I understand there are not that many flashy kills and Grandma still died. But this mid tier 2 tower is going to be the be-all end-all moment of this game.
There was that moment earlier where Exony, he popped the Rolling Thunder way too early, maybe in the belief that he can counteract the pressure, but he was not sure how much Zero Z10 were willing to commit. Again, it's been these shimmies across the entire team, across the entire map. You think we're here? No, you're not. We're not. You think this is our objective? No, it isn't. Respond here. Respond here. Hello, hello, hello. They've been doing that all game long, at least for the past couple of minutes. So you're keeping the advantage at a standstill, but the Luna is climbing closer and closer in terms of net worth to the Necronaut. That is, you know, your natural process, but
They saw the bomb explosions in the Radiant jungle. We did talk about this being a dangerous area.
it's a given. Techies always gives you that danger zone moment.
Danger zone.
We're all of the Archer lovers there.
What a great show.
Still haven't
Lana!
watched it. Still haven't watched it. They're like, oh, I've only watched 2 seasons.
Lana!
My brother loves it though. Like, he's convinced that he's watched it 6 times.
I love your brother.
I know, you play chess with him.
Actually, no, we haven't played in like ages. We've been rotating over to IRL chess as well. We're rambling over these little pick of great portrait plays, but Amorales not going for the jump just yet. Will find the perfect soulbind. At the same time, Escape Pack will buy a little bit of time. XNE will just get bursted. The eclipse of the moon, the power of Salamene will start killing them one by one. Yuragi, the raid boss of PuckChamp, though. Is he going to be easily as grabbed as Krogash goes in for the escape, but we are focused straight on the Necro. Nothing else matters than this Necrophos as Moose with the Bane will go for the pause. Once again, the losses are just massive for the Kazakhstani internet.
You're just
Moose
adding
is
plus 50
apologizing.
ping every time.
Krogash did make it out with the BKB TP, by the way. Did resort for the Nightfall move as Uragi's BKB is about one more second out. The Phantom's Embrace should last for a bit longer than that. It just latched on, if I'm not mistaken. Latch duration is 5 seconds, so there's going to be a 3-second window where he's not going to have his abilities. And with no Death Seeker target to jump away with, he is going to be in trouble. I mean, he might get another Death Pulse off, sure. He could Death Seeker to... He could Death Seeker to the Dark Portrait, by the way. But yeah, he's still going to be exposed for about 10 seconds or so. With Krogash just being a little bit too far away for my liking.
I think he can, you know, TP to the bull if it gets a little bit closer, because it's currently at the Ancient. Maybe they can work something out.
It's not enough time, Base Defender. I mean,
you're lucky because there's 9 seconds left on the Blink Dagger for Nesphere, so he cannot really close the gap unless a Force Staff gets off cooldown sooner, but there's no Force Staffs.
True, but there are blinks. A lot of blinks. Holy shit, there's like 3 blinks almost available. Two, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
3,
Mixa and MRLS can pair up to make the jump, but I don't think you can close the gap for where Yuragi is currently. He still has the Shroud.
I'm pretty sure they'll make it, bro. I think Yuragi's dead. Stop. He's already dead.
Okay, we're getting them back. Get ready.
Oh, no. He's so gone. Not like this. No, Yuragi. Gone is the 8-time monster streak. And that one stupid mid tier 2 tower has caused all of this. Out comes the fortification, a latch-dish effort. They do buy back on the Necrophos, but they just jump him once again. No BKB on the Necro. He's just gone as XNE tries to disrupt the back line, does everything in his power to make it so. Amorales will go down along with Moose Bane, but buybacks once again are available on the counter side. Where the TP2, they will go for the Radiant Outpost, but the Glaives are already doing the damage. It's just like in bot matches. Nesphere is just cooking with the Luna. All you need is that Glaive bounce. All you need are them buildings. And as PuckChamp gets team wiped for the very last time, they'll say goodbye to EPL with their 4th 0-2 against Zero Tenacity.
It was just waiting for that right moment for Zero Tenacity to strike. They were waiting for the Necrophos to get, you know, overly confident, to get overly farmed up, and then they went in for that one final lockdown of a team fight. And during that team fight, like, they had these one very big advantage and one very big reveal. First off is the fact that it was the first time that PuckChamp were not fighting with the additional unit. So whichever got hit by the Soulbind, they would have been dead. Now the combo that ended up being caught was XNE and Gothic. So if that, you're losing the disarm, you're losing the mobility, and PuckChamp, they're forced to fight right there and there, and at that given moment. Second off, we had the Bane Aghanim Scepter reveal, which was ultimately very tough for you to lock him down, to destroy him, to disrupt the channel, because only XNE can do that successfully. Now, Krogash had a tough time prioritizing who is he gonna go for, because already there were so many things happening, you didn't know who to turn around. I do believe the Escape Act was also a little bit of a problem because Krolgash was the one caught up into the escape act, maybe in the hopes of PugChamp defending him, but he was not a target to begin with.
Yeah, no, overall inside the river, Krolgash should get the CC down one way or the other. Even with the refresher orb, it was a tough target choice one way or the other. Yeah, Zero Tenacity at the end there with overwhelming force at minute 40 will just end the game. I'm telling you, definitely this game ended as soon as that mid tier 2 fell down. Like, there you are forced into a corner where eventually, if you lose one fight or even just half a fight, right? As soon as you're in number disadvantages, the Luna just needs to reach those buildings. And that's sadly exactly what happened. And yeah, PugChamp bowing out of EPL Masters with a debatable result one way or the other, right? They did won two matches in the play-ins, and now here in the group stage, they only won the one victory against good old KW. But overall, finishing with such a record, fifth place is not something to be super sad about. At the very same time, it is something to think about for PugChamp as an organization. Do they want to keep this backline? Do they want to, look up for other switches? We will find out for EPL Masters Season 2, I do truly believe. But for our first series of the day, that is going to be it. We will have about half an hour of a little bit of a break as LevelUP and Zero Tenacity will be our second series. So do definitely join us then in just about half an hour. But until then, it's going to be Zero Tenacity 2-0 versus PugChamp.
title or? Oh, okay. Hi. Well, I guess we didn't get the countdown, so it's a jump scare for us. But welcome back to the European Pro League Masters, and we have Zero Tenacity and Level Up to lay out the second series of the day. We're gonna do a little bit of a switcheroo. So by my side is Dodie this time to do the math to give us the smarts of what's happening here. But I'm already loving Level Up's draft. They're co-aligning with their ongoing aggressive style that we've seen all the way from the play-in stage. It's gonna be Emperor, it's gonna be Dark Willow, and it's gonna be my all-time favorite Witch Doctor.
You and your love of Witch Doctor. Although you and I had some fun combinations playing double position 5 supports from time to time, but there's our lovely Necro coming out for Warwick. I'm guessing Warwick, right? I don't think I've seen Nesphere play it yet, personally. It's more than beyond the possibility that it has been played in Nesphere's hand, but we're usually Warwick currently plays it on Z10 when it comes down to the Necrophos. But as I'm opening up their stats pages, should be a fun one. Out comes the lane dominator Lena, but last time we did CX and he just outright not succeed with the hero. So I'm going to be curious
But this is
if
gonna
that
be
will change anytime
Alina
soon.
thrown onto a carry position because we already have the Ember.
True,
So
true. Fight fire with more fire, you know. At the very
yeah.
same time, yeah, I just don't see any necro picks on Nesphere's docket, but I had to double check one way or the other. Yeah, Einkrad going for the Ember Spirit mid, 77% win rate overall. I trust it personally. Will going for the Lena though. It boils back to that conversation you and I had, right? Is Spectre good or nah? Right, and I think this would have been a great Spectre game one way or the other. Pick 18 Lena just feels like a wet fart to me, bro. I
I
don't like
mean,
it.
she's squishy. She's, a little bit easy to catch, but when she gets that right click damage, she's got that control. It's feeling a little bit ugly. And Level Up, they have been known to bring this hyper aggressive tempo in, and I'll do my best to call him uh
Einkrad.
Einkrod. Yeah, it's gonna be tough because there's so many.
Dark
Uh,
Nia. Just call him Dark Nia. No, it's
yeah,
Einkrad.
no,
Einkrad wanted
not
to
with
be
such a girly accent
Einkrad
in the
wanted
end.
to be edgy like Parker. Don't do the girly
Fair.
accent, bro.
No,
You
I
do
cannot
what
do
you do
that.
whatever the hell you want.
You can't do the girly accent, like, come on.
No.
Yeah, pulling off the
Uh
girl voice. But yeah, no, Darknia has been very aggressive on these Ember plays, and opening up for Level Up might be way too big of a reveal, but I wouldn't be too scared. Now, if they manage to, punish Necro, which is, I was looking at stats as well, as most likely gonna fall for work. Nesphere hasn't played this hero yet in the Masters, so it might, take him some time. It might allow Level Up to get into a very fast, like 35-minute game, but I'm looking forward towards a contest because these two are insanely strong in their own respectful ways. As we did a head count earlier, Zero Tenacity and Raconics are the most winning teams here at EPL, with Z10 taking championships like 2 seasons very recently. They're a tough cookie to crack.
Yeah, but they are playing their second series in a row. Of course, there's some
Hmm.
stamina issues may arise, and Level Up just had their little bit of land experience in France. Little bit of
Hmm.
baguette, a little bit of croissant, and obviously that in and of itself, even if you are dead last, a land
Hmm.
experience will give you a bit more sense of a camaraderie. So even if you say that we're on everything and the boys just bombed out in France, they just got a free vacation, the amount of time you spend in the player lounge, the conversations you have, those tend to build up, right? So like if you think back to the Fnatic days of like 2013, 14, right, where No-Tail and
Hmm.
Tal were still on the same team, right? They said all the time that these conversations that they had during TI were one of the biggest reasons that they could start building a team. That's that networking, that camaraderie,
Yeah.
that friendship you build with other teams. And Level Up, they might just be the new CIS new guard, like later on down the line. So this squad, no matter how rough Paris went for them, I think should give you the better showing, right? Other than some other teams, as Yeah, obviously everyone now remembers that dark horse run of Rune Eaters actually making it to the playoffs of EWC. So hopefully they will give us a similar showing here at EPL Masters
Yeah.
1. But
And
yeah, I
not to
mean, we're
forget, like, just to bring this as a little bit of a counterweight in the favor of Level Up, this is not a new roster. It's just an like Level Up adopting yet a new combination. But this is Kalmichara that we're talking about, and these guys were 4 times EPL season finalists, getting 2 season victories within this year. So, and they've definitely, ironed up they fortified themselves with having that land presence, because it changes people. And I do recommend this to everybody. Just when you go to a LAN of any position, like whether caster, whether viewer, or whatnot, it changes of how much you start loving and understanding Dota more.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. Out comes the Tide, one of my favorite offlaners in the meta.
Hmm.
No matter how bad my win rate is with it, I think one good Ravage, actually, BKBs or not, could definitely turn games around, right? So at the end of the day, it's an extremely underrated or huge AoE spell, and they are going to try to basically shake it off with the Monkey King. Getting close and personal, though, with the MK on Nesphere against BB3PX. It does feel a little bit weird. Since Ursa is right there, they still don't pick him up for some reason beyond my assessment right now.
I don't know. Maybe it's way too slow of a build up. Maybe it's a little bit of an inactive play that early on. But we spoke about this monkey earlier, and mainly that it has appeared as a pause 2 for Zero Tenacity. So Warwick played it out, but this is coming in as a little bit of a surprise now. I am not a fan of Monkey King nowadays because it feels like his glory days have fallen off. Like, yeah, he still has that impact. He still has that pressure. Those annoying boundless strikes arriving in out of nowhere and disrupting heroes. But it doesn't feel like Zero Tenacity have that strong of a delivery to get kills within the Wukong command. Yeah, Mixa is gonna be here with the Frog Stomp and try to set up as much as he can, but maybe they're gonna feel a little bit too aggressive and try to play around bushwhacks and whatnot before they can set everything later on down the line.
Yeah, but as I'm looking at stats, Mix's Frog is fine overall. It has a 55% win rate, has won 5 of its 9 games played so far. So I'm not a hater. I'm pretty
Mhm.
much a Largoba fan myself, but I'd rather see if the region coming out from Jingu Mastery plus Island Elixir is going to be enough against Maledict, Gush, more than likely Aghanim Scepter Gush, right? Because all that negative
Mhm.
armor is something you're extremely afraid of. So that's where the carry Lina and the sleight of fisting Aincrad Ember Spirit will be coming through. And yeah, that previous LAN, that is the edge that LAN level up need to choose. But currently, I am favoring the Zero Tenacity draft. I have to emphasize that.
Yep. I mean, I cannot double down with you. I'm sorry, because there's Witch Doctor in the draft, and Level Up, they have played this
Biased
hero
caster.
before.
Biased
Of
caster.
course, I'm biased. I mean,
Biased
you can
caster.
call me out all the way
Biased
as much as
caster,
you
boo.
want. It's my brother from a level 30
30
Grandmaster of Witch
seconds to
Doctor,
battle.
a hero that I like. I can play Witch Doctor like I can play Tetris with my eyes closed. It's such a
WOE.
good hero. It's very annoying. It's hyper aggressive, and it falls down the line of how Level Up have been playing. And this has been quite an insane performance from them so far, especially since the team has had a couple of seasons downtime. So it's great to see them within this light. And not only did you mention
The
the
battle
elixir and the healing
begins.
coming out from Zero Tenacity, there's also the Voodoo Restoration that can help out tremendously in balancing out the team fights, especially once it's up at level 4. It's so much respect for this hero because he can turn damage like into more damage. He can turn healing into more healing. It's so good, and that was
Well,
the
it's
unbiased part.
at least it's not the damage causing voodoo restoration. I think the old version of Witch Doctor, like 2 patches ago, was
Restoration, yeah.
voodoo restoration when it caused damage as well. Oh my lord, true cancer of a spell. I'm not gonna lie.
They removed that facet way too soon, especially once we
Thank
saw what
God
Thompson was
there.
doing.
Thank
Voodoo
God there
Restoration
was
was like it was hated not by only the hero that is on the other side, but it was hated by everybody else. Like you're sacrificing your Kiri healing just because you want to be, you know, facing into the enemy at all times, and you can just completely forget about him because they can ignore you. Like level 1 and 2, you know.
I legit thought that that's going to bring Zai back from retirement. It was so good. Right, I remember he was the one who played offlane Witch Doctor back in the day.
Yeah.
During our first Valve event together in the Berlin Major.
Oh my god. It feels like ages ago.
Yeah, he used to play the Medusa offlane as well, if I remember correctly. Maybe like the Witch Doctor offlane was actually not during that major anymore, right? I think it was back in the day when he was still playing for Secret, maybe. Well, yeah, there was that time. Right? IO plus Witch Doctor on the offlane. That was so brutal.
I think we also saw it at one point played around on the side of Nounce. Like there was a time when they were forcing out, like it was their wildcard pick, like getting a Witch Doctor offlane. But this was like 3 TIs ago, I want to say, the last one that was not in Europe.
Yeah, 2023, right? The last Seattle TI for now, right? Pretty sure Dota will revisit the US in the far future, question mark? I don't know. At this point, it's an interesting question one way or the other. But I'm pretty sure every team that is attending Shanghai is extremely excited. It is in 2 weeks' time that we kick things off there.
Oh my god, time has flown. Like it's August. Where did the summer go? What the hell is going on?
I mean, August is still a long ass month. Like a lot of people are like, "Oh no, it's August. Summer's ending." Like, bro, August is still 30 days.
It's like a second January. Top side though, Hatred will land the Maledict onto MRLS, and we could be looking at the tick for first blood, as the Widow Restoration will help out to keep him out. As Mixa was looking for a return kill, but he ain't getting one.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Dragon Slave, I kind of agree. You don't need the Paralyzing Cask as much. You would think that the Coconut would be the more useful spell here, but I do agree. Voodoo Restoration plus Maledict is pretty good with Dragon Slave, even in the short term.
I mean, I can keep talking to Oblivion back about this hero, but yeah, the cask is not really worthwhile. If you have another one, you can just jump over it. It's becoming a little bit more effective at level 3. Now, top side, Woe again in danger. The Egg Swell is gonna connect. Nicely saved out with the one. Hatred jumps in with the Maledict to connect, and MRLS is not gonna get in contact. They lose the Lina, but the Catch-a-Lake will push Hatred back, and it's gonna be a kill. First one for Zero Tenacity. Woe pops the south, and it's a-okay for the time being for the Lina, but Emeralds is looking for a little bit more, and this could bite him back in the butt. But thankfully he's gonna be out of reach, but the reveal, oh, it's gonna bring Woe just a little bit closer, and his life is there, but the one more hit, he's still burning. He's still taking, but survives, but by 12 HP. Swell, not in Roche Bid. This is wasting a lot of time for Woe. This is a little bit of a problem.
This is awesome. Remember, kids, eat your vegetables. That's why tangos are awesome. You know, it lasted the burn thanks to the fact that he did his last tango after he broke the salve. As on the mid lane, though.
Oh, we have a little bit of a rotation coming in as Warwick. Darknia is going to run off, though. So it's going to be safe and sound now, returning a lot of that damage along with the tower back to Warwick. Thankfully, Warwick does not have a bottle to just double down onto that water room. And it's fine. It's fine. Nothing to see here.
Having known Einkrad for years as the player, I refuse to call him Darknia. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise.
I can't. I can't. The fact that it's in my face, being spelled up as Darknia, now we need to pause and see what's happening up top as well. Oh, beautiful Maledict connecting onto two, but they're still pressuring. Nesphere is being called in for this rotation. Now Queasy jumps in. Can he land the Bramble? Maybe they can get a return kill as the Wars are still taken by Maledict, but they don't have them within reach. Nice rotation for Z10. Delina has been punished yet again, but around the gate, they still see Nesphere. They're gonna get the Maledict off of cooldown. Well, they already do, so second connection and it could be the Monkey dead. So he respectfully just backs off.
Radiant are scanning.
But I can't. For Darknia, I can't because, like, I need to stop and reread the entire name. And I can't. Like, if I knew how to read, for example, Arabic or some sort of a, you know, a different direction, sort of a language, maybe.
It's you and me with Cyrillic, right? It's the other way around.
Yeah,
If Nestor
and
dies
meanwhile,
bottom,
Darknia gets the scythe. Ooh, they're trying to take him down, but nope, he's a little bit too tanky. And Z10 do not have enough damage. Yeah, you and Cyrillic, I get it.
yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's the same
is
thing
under
with me
attack.
and Mandarin. I mean, I used to read a little bit of Mandarin.
Are
My
scanning.
sister and I challenged each other to learn Chinese back in the day, but it didn't stick. I can't. I literally can't anymore. I deleted that knowledge from my brain.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
there's just some stuff I just get rid of, you know? You need
Yeah.
the space for Dota.
You need more knowledge. You need to know a little bit more in your life about Dota because you know, and then you also need to do like these clean memory swipes every now and then to refresh the memory, and then you just, you know, remember, oh, that mechanic was a thing. Oh my god, when was it a thing last time? 10 years ago. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Meanwhile, topside, we are seeing some rotation. Actually, no, it's not a rotation. Mixa was moving a little bit too deep behind the tower.
Meeks was fine.
It's fine. But all in all, is the Tidehunter leading by last hits, well, and by net worth predominantly. BB3PX is going in even for dives behind the creep wave to punish Nesphere. And this monkey is, I mean, his rotation was really fruitful up top, but he's gotta be careful because he already got taken down by Hatred as he popped the Maledict. And it's a tough game for a monkey until the healing gets online. Now BP, ooh, the Bramble won't connect, and Moose coming in from the other side. Now Z10 are looking to turn this into a punishment onto the Tide, who does not have enough mana to pop a Ravage. That's gonna be it.
A little bit of a failfish, I might add, but it is what it is. Production's eye still on the mid lane though. And Crowd's still trying to make that pressure happen for the tier 1, but I think Warwick, as soon as he has that Boots of Travel, is just going to be a menace all over the map. No, Radiance or not. This Necro is going to be a problem later on down the line.
We did see Warwick during the previous series playing the Ember Spirit, which was absolutely amazing. So he definitely knows this hero and how it would react. But first off, not a free kill on the Witch Doctor. But yeah, having that knowledge, you know how to maneuver around him, you know how to avoid him. So that is definitely good for you, but until you get that Radiance, it's gonna be worth. Now, what do you think of the prioritization? Boots first, Radiance later.
I'm a fan. I personally prefer a more mobile carry than anything else, and especially against the Ember Spirit, right? That's very important. BB3PX gets caught. But not enough mana for the Ravage. He does have the Soul Ring pop if he really wants to go for it. But yeah, no, they don't want to over-threaten the Tide at the end of the day. I personally am a fan of the Boots of Travel layover on the other
Top
side.
side, Mixa gets taken down.
Yeah, fate of the offlaners one way or the other. Getting aggroed on.
And level 3 of Maledict, sorry. But Boots, yes. Radiance later.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Boots now, Radiance later,
Meanwhile,
Ravage now!
Ravage. Oh, nicely done. They pressured VP way too much, and Hatred arrives from across the gate now. Wukong's will be popped. The Maledict already connected. As far as this monkey's trying to go, he's not gonna be able to take somebody else with the grave along with him. Turns around, Boundless Strike. Okay, the Maledict will expire. He's still dancing around the Wukongs, but as I said, only Nesphere dies.
The Jingo Mastery just expired as he was going for the Boundless Strike, and unluckily, he didn't heal back up at all from it, so... Unlucky move right there from Nesphere, but it's starting to show, right? Still, you had your half an hour break. It's still technically 3 competitive games in a row, and these games don't tire you at the same level as pubs do. Like, right? Like, these guys will play 10 pubs in a row, no matter the question, right? Like, at the same time, every captain's mode game will tire the crap out of you. Like,
Yeah.
comparatively, my players, right? They're semi-amateurs or semi-amateurs, I would say, on the NC Hungarian national roster. They will play about 12 pubs a day on average, but when we had scrim days, right, that went down to 6 around
Yeah.
for most of them. Because, except for low skill, because he's a maniac. But genuinely, the scrim games will tire you out as well, and then you turn on competitive games, which will tire you even more as moves.
Oh, Darknia, beautiful jump with the amplified damage rune. He's still trying to melt the poor old squirrel, but he's gonna be caught up as a beautiful save from MRLS will put things to a halt. So now he's gotta be careful as he knows that there's the soulbind available, and we saw what MRLS did in the previous game. It was a turning point. Like that team fight that he was able to set up for his team is what completely broke PogChamp, even with the Necro in hand. But my question to you would be, because there's always been this, as you said, this big discrepancy between Pug behavior and Captain's mode. With the people that we see rising the highest to the ladder is people that are most likely playing alone, such as Watson and whatnot. Now, Watson for a long time was not able to find a team that is gonna suit his playstyle, just because around Pugs, I believe there's still that more individual play being prioritized, what you do and how you do it. When in CM, there's that component of what can I do as a team, and if I fail to use that, my team is gonna suffer, and so will I.
Yeah, early
And
mid
vice
laning
versa.
stage is still the highest priority of the game, no matter how good laning stages are, right? As long as you're not truly dumpstered, which is like 5k at 10 minutes, right? I think Lizard back in the day put that thought in my head, so it's not an original thought, but yeah, that 5k at 10 minutes in is definitely a good divider. Oh lord, what a dangerous situation for Nesphere. At the same time, it just has to be said, no matter how good you are, at the end of the day, CM games will tire you out more, right? Falling through on your
It seems
ideas
like
is the
Nestor
Willow.
is not one having problems. It's Squeezy, but he's still alive during this entire, exchange.
It's still a dangerous situation because of the Ember spread and the other way around. Oh, okay, Death Lord.
Oh, top side. Yep, they will drop it. The Soulbind will connect both. And Hatred, he is gonna be sniped down. Now, well, still within range. They are trying to put a stop to the sense. He's still trying to fight off. Mixa not within range. Woe is turning a lot of damage back, but he's gonna die. Even that was an ambitious move with only just one creep in the neutral, pretty much dead. But Darknia, now everybody is being freaking low. He chooses to draw back because he did appear at full HP.
Yeah, Work is just dangerous. I'm telling you, his presence in general will scare most of the level up members away, because generally no one wants to be bursted the way you can achieve it on a
They
Necrophos
already
itself.
lost the doctor, so they don't want to go for more.
But yeah, with BB3PX having the wraps, he can basically pressure territories himself, but he's basically a one spell pony. That's the scary part of this. No. As soon as Ravage is used, you don't have any more aces up your sleeve right now on the level up side of things for this mid fight, or this mid game fight specifically. His timings are being missed right now. The Lina once again, this time in the carry position, feels a little bit slow to me. At minute 15, I do want to see this Maelstrom finished. And the TP boots are just not what I would choose personally. But, there's a reason why WOE is sitting there and why I'm sitting here. At the end of the day, it's we talked about it in the previous series, it's about the speed as Nesphere. He is being caused to harassed, to be fair. Look at the net worths of the two carries in this game.
Is he gonna pop though?
Nah,
He's not
it's
gonna.
200 HP is fine. Come on, Witch Doctor main, you can make that calculation.
I mean, if he kept on, with the pressure,
Yeah, you would've
one
hit-
pop
even
of the
hit.
Death Ward, it would have been, enough. But
For
you
sure,
still
for
don't want to
sure.
overextend because it's still a tier 2 tower. Close by for Zero Tenacity, and they can call on a swift rotation. Now mid lane, we do have some aggression upon BP3PX, but they will miss out on the bushwhack. Now he jumps out. And Z10, they are on the run. So far it's 5-4, which is making this so far the most exciting game that we've watched together. But I'm still looking forward to Level Up pulling off an insane team fight because they have so many things working in their favor. The biggest problem is Warwick on the other side.
Yeah, at the same time, Nesphere is extending for late game. Hold on, maybe
Hold
after the
that
fight.
thought. Beautiful soulbind, but the follow-up is not present from Zero Tenacity because they don't have a good lockdown. BB3PX still moving forward. He is pressuring the tower. Catchlick is gonna force him back. He's tanking all of that incoming damage from both the tower and the heroes, and they will bait them for the setup. Now Mixa is gonna get caught up first. Darknia with the chase. He finds him more or less. He is gonna pop the Grimstroke, and here comes the Ravage as Mixa is dead. Warwick trying to spend them out, trying to divide this team fight, but it's not happening. As December is a menace to freaking society, taking down 3.
Radiant's middle tower.
We talked about that ace up the sleeve, and they will pop them through pretty hard. As Nesphere opting in for the late game itemization, this could just be a salvation as well. Picking up the Midas here, but this is desperation mode.
Dire's bottom tower.
And comparatively, right, like an Ursa would have just dumpstered the Tidehunter lane. I don't know what this monkey is doing right now. He's basically the Lena cosplay of the previous series.
I don't know, man. Like, Monkey, I don't know what he can do in this current patch. Like, what is your strength here? When do you pop?
On mid lane at least you have the Mate Slayer build option. I don't think you can do it from the safe lane position as BB3PX is getting harassed. Will actually die to the scythe, but
Own damn fault.
it is his
Down
own damn
bottom,
fault, but
though,
down bottom
we
though.
have Nesphere being initiated upon, so that's a big and favorable trade, just adding more pressure to the monkey.
What a easy
Yeah.
kill for them.
I feel ya, and Hatred topside, they get them more or less.
Are scanning.
And guess what Zero Tenacity get? They get a courier.
Yeah, constellation prizes at the end of the day. They're nice.
Sure. 65 gold. That's all you're getting.
Although that's 65 gold each, by the way, so it's not that bad.
Radiant's top tower.
Everybody's gonna buy a ward. Or a clarity, sorry. They no longer cost 50. Around the gate, though, Darknia, they are gonna find Mixa and Moose getting out from the gate. Now Queasy is gonna fall off first because Darknia was a little bit too busy trying to take down Mixa, but he's becoming a very tanky target. Kaya present, Sanj is gonna be around the corner as well. Nope, they're gonna reset. Going for more, they find Moose, turning this into an equal support trade-off.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice and slowly. Has the Kaya Sanj now. Could be a bit more of a front line for the team, but until the Aghanim Scepter, I don't know if the Largo does anything. Even no matter the position, like this hero for me feels lackluster until lags.
I don't know, maybe he can become a little bit more proactive once he gets a BKB, because even though, you know, you do have that spike coming in with the Amphibian Rhapsody, double track, the Frog Stomp and the Catchy Link are way too good to ignore. Like, you do have the control, you do have the ground control, you have single target take back with a lot of damage packing at the same time. And I would utilize it because LevelUP are slowly doing what they've been doing, and they're getting out of control. Woe is getting time.
But yeah,
Farm.
you're
They're
still
pushing
not
in
a
more.
you're still not a true initiator. You're more of a damage sponge than anything else. And as you can see, the supports are paying the price for this. Both Moose and Amorales are just consta. But basically, at this point, they've been dying for the past 5 minutes nonstop.
That's free food for the Emperor and for his spirit vessel. Now, Ravage, yet again. This time it's gonna be on to Warwick, the Terrorize. They're trying to keep him out, but Soulbind is gonna connect, silencing 2 heroes, 2 cores down. They used up already everything, and they're looking for the further push, but Warwick is gonna get healed up. Now Nesphere jumps in, nice boundless strike. They have a lock onto Darknia, and the scythe will take him down. Warwick gets assigned the kill. he will get the first Reaper Scythe charge. Oh, and they're still chasing. Sharpshooter. Oh, they want Hatred. They will connect to the Witch Doctor, who still does not have the shard, so he is going to be left vulnerable and surrounded by 5. Mixa gets the kill, and tower push for Zero Tenacity.
Not 100% certain that was the first Reaper Scythe charge, but semantics at the side. Warwick will still move up to the top lane and just basically get smacked in the face by Queasy and Woe. So, like,
oh, God.
Still good moves, and yeah, I think Zero Tenacity were listening to the stream, or they were thinking the exact same thoughts as I was, that sure, without the Ravage, we can finally make moves on the map, but there's a nuance to this at the end of the day, right? There's still a Lina on this map with Queasy.
Speaking of the Lina, she's in a little bit of danger as the Bushwhack is gonna connect. And...
How is both teams throwing this hard? Holy crap.
But they will turn it around though. Hatred jumping in, they will land in yet another Maledict kill.
Yeah, well, once again, Mixa is just basically sacrificing the supports on the altar of Gaben, honestly. It's a rough play, but okay, at the end of the day, true, Warwick did get to the top of the network chart, so he's gonna be happy about this. Consecrated Wraps are definitely the item I would have chosen in this game.
Oh, this is a little bit scary right now around the Tormentor. It's taking a lot of time for LevelUP to take it down, and Zero Tenacity, they are on the double to move in. But first off, it's gonna be Smoke, BB3PX, nice blink away as the Z10 heroes are gonna be revealed. Sphere, he's jumping in, Q wants to find something more, but he's not gonna see anybody. As also, we do have a Glimmer reveal onto Hatred. Return Smoke. They are gonna try to move back in, as they do have the Ravage online. But I don't think you want to jump in as 2. Just, you know, I'm gonna go into a fight. Send dudes.
Okay, Miss Semantics, is it Gris or Gree? As we see nice little death on moves again. So which one is it?
I call it Gris.
Gris.
Yes.
Yeah, Slacks
calls
it Gris as well, so I call it
what language you... I don't know in which language you're cutting off the S.
French, maybe?
I wouldn't know, I don't speak
Gris. It is the Gris. Shout out to Manon, by the way.
It sounds like a specialty. Oh, would you like to try the Gris?
The Gris. It is like the foie gras.
And whatever is happening and whatever we're talking about, Warwick is gonna be a little bit under pressure here, but ooh, the Frog Stomp. They're gonna catch Hatred right at the edge of it. Queasy gets caught up by the bundle strike, and both supports are gonna be completely cornered at the exact corner of the map, and it's gonna take some time. Space created.
Yeah, Mixa does find the Frog Stomp and then just basically gets the read off in time. Knowing full well that Miss Voodoo Switcheroo is still there.
Oh, he just got it. He didn't have it like during Torment.
Yeah, he got it from Tormentor.
I think
so
Tormy, yeah. Tormy likes him.
Minecraft the run. Z10 have actually turned the last 5 minutes around into farming of their own, or basically chasing of their own, having lost way less targets, but
Yeah.
he's fine. He should be fine. Is he fine?
He's dancing around the Wukong's command. Nesfir, he's ticking, he's looking pretty low, but eventually... Is he gonna keep on going for this? You don't
Mischief,
have any
help
more
me.
remnants, sir. He's
Mischief,
fine.
help me. Gunning for a BKB. Desolator BKB build. Like, at this point, why not just play Kez? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is the style of play you want to do with Desolator, Agnum Scepter, like, Kez is just the more suitable hero. Well, let me actually check if Nesfir has it in his repertoire.
I mean, he's definitely the it carry within this patch because, I don't know, Monkey is... It's feeling like he's easy to catch, he's very easy to read. He's not insanely fast in terms of farming. Fighting is, yeah, a great aspect for his, but every single time they catch him, you know, as many of you would like to call it, his pants around his knees, he's just dead. And
Yeah, but
that's
like...
plus 10 minutes added to every kill that he needs to downtime farm.
I don't know. Nesphere has 3 wins and 3 losses on the Monkey King in the past year. Meanwhile, with the Kez, he's only lost 1 game. But the last time he did play it was in March, so maybe he's just not feeling it in the patch, possibly. Racing time. Jungle invasion.
Yeah, a full-blown invasion on its way, but fortunately for Zero Tenacity, it's gonna be Moose that they find first instead of Nesphere, but eventually they will expose the monkey. They do have the Ravage instantly pop before the Wukongs will land, and both heroes are completely obliterated. This is so bad. Meanwhile, mid lane Queasy, he's gonna find work in MRLS, and this could lead to a follow-up for any of them to die. Terrorize is gonna be popped there. Even from Perma lockdown, he doesn't have a BKB or anything. The Ghost Shroud will go off. He's trying to out-heal this Conundrum, but it's not happening. He's not even gonna get the Scythe. 3 across the map for LevelUP.
He needed that scythe kill so bad to activate the Sadist, but it's not going to happen this time. It still has to be said about works. We've seen now his 2nd death against the Lina, just, bursting him down from time to time. His presence, his fight presence of actually pressing that Ghost Shroud in time before he's just getting absolutely obliterated has been crucial for even just the minor successes of Z10. But the later on he goes, the more time he can buy, the better it will be, as Aincrad gets another kill on Moose. This squirrel has died 8 times in this game. Like, Moose has been doing everything right, trying to get as much time as possible for his team.
He tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, as long
He's
as
still
December
just a
is
hoodwink.
running loose, and he's just a hoodwink, yep. I don't know, man, like, I am really surprised by how consistent this performance has been from LevelUP. They're currently leading by 4K, so it's been jumping back and forth, but their victories have been a lot more convincing compared to Z10's. Now, Z10's, as you said, they are jumping in with the handicap of playing 1 series before, but which may or may not lead, to them being, feeling those exhaustion points just yet. But they needed to pick something better than the monkey. I think that's the aspect of the game that I'm putting my blame, well, not full blame, but majority of the blame on. I blame the pick, not the player. Make it clear. Mid. Oh, speaking of the devil, Darknia, he's gonna find him. They pop the Wukong's command, but Darknia has the BKB surprise. He is gonna bait out the ultimate as well as the sharpshooter. This could be a bait, because BB3PX is lurking in the trees, but Zero Tenacity, they know that they have fallen for this way too many times. It doesn't look like they've learned their lesson. BB3PX can find the ideal position for a 5-man Ravage, getting a lockdown onto the supports instantly. Mixa is gonna die 3rd. No healing, no nothing. Warwick now on the run with the BKB. And that BKB is not gonna last them for long. That healing is not enough, buddy, and you're completely surrounded. If they manage to find Nesphere here, who did show down the lane, this is gonna be a full team wipe, Wheezy. Gonna make the connection. Crown popped up. Yules. Hey guys, hey everybody. He's here. They don't have the crown, but they do have the control. And look at this harassment. Just your support doing this, and they're not even calling for backup. They're fine if she even dies, I guess, because they're pushing mid. We'll finally decide to go with a switcheroo with the Maledict. He's still ticking. Hatred is still chasing, and up goes the monkey.
Yes, sir. No matter how much of a Heasel he's trying to be, no matter if he has BKB, the Maledict damages is going to still tick through.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Surely he could have mitigated some of it, but, at the end of the day,
Radiant structure
they tried to buy as much time as possible with all their circles.
is under attack.
That one ace up their sleeves on the side of LevelUP is just working out well for them.
I didn't even see when LevelUP took Roche. When did that happen? I mean, yeah, it obviously happened 3 minutes ago, but I completely didn't register it.
Really, good old production did show it though, so.
I'm watching the game and the production at the same time, just you know, to.
You get
Is there
cross-eyed. Get on
Oh
their
come
level.
on! Don't. You can't do that. My eyes are gonna hurt.
Of course you
Mid
can.
lane, level up are trying to push in a little bit more, but Queasy gets caught up by the boundless strike. And next up, they're looking for Hatred. This witch doctor that's been making their life a full-blown misery. He will pop the Voodoo Switcheroo, but right in the middle of the Wukong's command, the Soulbind is gonna wrap them up, throw them back into the arena as Hatred will die, but Darknia, he's still ringing loose. BO3 jumping in behind. He's got 5 more seconds of Ravage, but he doesn't care as he's there with that underwater, pushing in. And now, well, yes, he loses life number 1. Here comes the Ravage to follow up with her damage. Is gonna die down. Darknia will fall. Nesphere jumps in, Woe turns around, BKB enabled. He is forced to man fight against Work, who still has a chance to pop the BKB, and he won't even do so as he's dead.
Oh, Work not pressing BKB here hurts so much. This was the fight for a turn, for a possible return team wipe, but nope. Plan goes up in smokes as Work just cannot press that single button. Yeah, I'm definitely, remember the satanic reaction at EWC in game number 2? That is literally what I would be doing if I'm WWE. If I'm Work, that is. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Work on camera yet.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I'd be mad as hell if I were him. Like, wouldn't you be? Like, you're smashing that BKB button, but before your Death Seeker ends, you get Light Striker rate immediately.
I mean, you know, one part of me says, like, I should have tried to bash harder, but at the same time, I would have accepted that it's a hopeless situation.
I just break the keyboard. Blame it on that.
Blame the keyboard.
Blame,
Yeah,
blame the equipment.
blame the peripheral tech, not the skill, not your brain, not, you know, not the fact that we're getting old and playing Dota at the same time. We're losing our edge, man.
Well, some people are,
Maybe
some people aren't.
or maybe just I am. Who knows?
Double edge.
I don't know. It's gonna be tough to take down this Lina. She's been dealing immense amounts of damage. She's been allowed to walk away with murder every single time. I mean, 5-2-11. Darknia has only paid the cost for his aggressions twice, but as Dandy would say, every single time I die, I'm hoping that my team is gonna get something, and I'm setting up for my team to get something better in return. So during his downtime, Zero Tenacity are feeling a little bit more confident, but LevelUP are not only getting farm, but they're also getting some residual kills after what Darknia picked up initially.
I just need to see Meek some more active in fights now. Now that he's gotten that Aghanim Scepter, we definitely need to see him just, you know, pop off, get into the fights, get back into that perfect position, and then just, you know, start licking people. I can't spell it out for him anymore.
Needs to become Catchy-Lick. What was the name of that Pokemon? Or
Lickitung
or something. Yeah.
Lickitung was the Pokemon, I believe. And shout out to Permasneeze. He and
Radiant are scanning.
I'm actually wondering if it was Josh.
Dire are scanning.
But yeah, so like, there's the trio of them. You will always find them at most of the live events. Shout out to Mike, by the way. But they'll just be watching the game. The draft is done, and they actually started up after the laning stage, right? Right when I'm actually trying to attend, they start playing Pokemon Go or
Yes,
something.
you need to hold that thought because we have an initiation in our Mythos DP3BX will be caught up. They do try to connect with the Soulbind, but there's nobody in the vicinity. They will eventually take him down with the Scythe. And that's a big takedown. No Ravage, no team fight, no problem. LevelUP, they just move out.
Exactly what I wanted to see from
switch to
Zero
Go.
Tenacity. Yeah, they'll play like Pokemon or some shit, and I'm like, I'm immediately out of the conversation. Try to pull it back to the Dota. Nope. Pokemon. And honestly, like, yeah, that Blastoise catch on the Tidehunter was kind of good. But this is exactly what I wanted from Z10 to actually do here towards the end of the mid-game. As we're entering late game status now, I still will say that Nesphere and Mixa are not convincing me with their performance, but if the Scotty comes online from Nesphere, things are going to start looking really, really good for them. But Nesphere does need that extra ultimate orb as soon as possible. I would not even be saving for buyback because your farm speed and everything else on top of that will be sped up immensely.
This was a good catch and a good organization coming in from Zero Tenacity, but I think they are going to be needing a little bit more items because the next big commitment is going to be in a minute and a half for the next Roche, during which they will need the Largo BKB to maintain that front line.
Nesphere.
Oh, yeah, meanwhile that happens. Yeah, I was
Unlucky.
gonna say to maintain a front line so the Wukong's command is gonna go through. I mean, now it's gonna call line Zero Tenacity with the respawn from both the Roche and the Monkey, so... But I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Okay, they got
Can
the
do
first
so much damage in
ulti.
between.
Radiant's bottom
They got the
tower
first
is
ultimate orb,
fortified.
at least, so there's that. With Misa picking up the BKB finally, as we talked about it.
I'll take that.
My build order was right, but at the racing time doesn't really matter. As long as they can engage on Z10,
Radiant's bottom tower
things
is
should
under
be
attack.
okay. But with level up pressuring high ground,
Are fortified.
they could accelerate their ending plan.
Is under attack.
I mean, they're bringing in the Satanic as well during this team fight, which is gonna be really scary stuff. If they don't obliterate Lina on the spot, it is gonna be a problem, but there's so many other things that Level Up can compensate with, you know? Like, they're gonna pop the Ravage, they're gonna pop the Witch Doctor, they're gonna pop the Ember Spirit, because we've seen how much of a menace to society he's been. Even with that little bit of a downtime, he's been able to keep up. He's got the Scepter, which makes him a lot more annoying, and he's gonna get the Shivas in the next team fight, so, mind you, some scary stuff, and you gotta protect the supports here. There's the roar. Roche will scream. 3-man smoke, 5-man smoke, 0 tenacity. They're gonna go all in, but Level Up
This seems so slow.
a little bit too fast. Web the takedown. Hatred. He's tanking Roche, darkening it, keeping the high ground safe. So they are gonna have this advantage, but they're gonna be forced to leave the pit. Now Ravage is gonna be used up as they jump in into the backlines. Or mind on the Q, but they're BK beat and they cannot really connect anything else here. Warwick, right? They're throwing everything onto Lina. So far she's living, but she's popped this Satanic. It doesn't seem like she's gonna stay up for long, but she's still surviving somehow. Anyhow, the Light Strike Array will land and will die. For the rest of the crew, they're fighting Nesphere off. They're fighting the rest of them off. Dark, yeah. He is jumping in, reinitiating. He is trying to keep them occupied. And allowing... I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Warwick healed up to 100. It's gonna be tough to take down this raid boss twice as EPX. They're trying to split them, make some moves. And they at least take down a support here because it's not gonna be a good loss for them. And oh, the Aegis! It was on Queasy! Oh my god, and they're gonna lose it for a second time.
Who do you think was having it? You thought it was on Eincrod? Perchance? Because yeah, I do believe it was a Jingu Mastery Boundless Strike that took down Roshan. And then Queasy just had to think on his feet and just pick it up immediately.
Roche was killed by Dire.
Yeah, at the end, but like, you know,
Yeah.
it took him down to like almost 0 HP, and there were no cores inside the pit, I believe. And that's why Queasy had to pick it up.
Yeah, Roche doesn't have a death summary.
No,
wish he
that would
had.
be awesome. That would be really cool. Yeah. That's definitely a metric, like, awesome players like Knoxville and some other analysts could pull up for us, but sadly that ain't that production.
I mean,
We're
I
not
would like to
there
see
yet.
Valve put it into the game itself, you know? Like, also, I want Valve to put us a healing exchange during the team fights in the recap, you know? I need that.
For sure.
Healing is important.
And damage should be more broken down, not just in Dota Plus, but it is what it is. We need to accept it.
We might get nice things once Valve develops Source 3 for Dota 3.
Oh sure, like I would love to have that option of like last death button in spectator mode. And you could just open up that last death Have like a little bit like what you have for like Dota tooltips, you know, the little video.
Right.
You would have that little video of the last death on the map. I know, it's a lot of programming and a lot of clip and RAM usage on your computers, but you know, we want features. This game can't run on a toaster, I understand, but still make it run on a toaster, please. My computer's not going to be good for long.
Imagine Dota running on the same specs for the old school Doom. Like, I can play Dota on a calculator.
I want to play Doom on my Samsung fridge. Imagine.
I think you can. I think you can.
I don't think Samsung fridge would be able to run the game. It's not enough RAM.
Trust me, try it. But first off, BB3PX with a Ravage Jump. This time it's gonna be a refresher reveal as Mixa gets completely obliterated. No healing, 90 seconds without a Nesphere. Pops the Wukong's commander, chasing Woe out of the ring, but they still have Hatred within range. Who is gonna die? Now Warwick jumping in, Darknia, they pop the Terrorize, but there's the BKB. He's gonna turn around to keep up the harassment onto him, or unless his Woe. Eventually, Woe's BKB is gonna expire, and he's gonna die. Nesphere still jumping around, Darknia in a little bit of danger, but it doesn't matter. He's got all of his friends to commit for a full-blown team wipe.
Yeah, Warwick and Nesphere kind of messed up. Posed their BKBs, opting in for the chase. And the typical triangle slaughter coming out from LevelUP.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but beautiful double Ravage reveal from BB3PX. You know what's better than one ace up your sleeve? Two aces up your sleeve. So, generally finding that team fight control. I thought Woe was going to be in trouble, right? Not having the Satanic. But I do wonder, do you go for the jugular here? Straight to your force after this? No, they go for the safe play.
Vegas.
Okay.
Where are you gonna go?
Megas, sure, you can try. But I
do
think
love the
double
full
racks is
pressure
more
on
than enough.
Mixa that they did here. They're like isolating and finding the Largo in the midst of that in the triangle. It was the best catch they could have hoped for. Because as you said earlier, that hero is currently doing so much for the team and for the team fight.
Radiant's top barracks is falling.
Top destroyed, bottom under siege, Darknia. He is keeping Zero Tenacity pressured back into the fountain as the team is going for the last melee racks as Megas are secured. Seconds before the rest of the crew comes back from Z10.
I thought this would be a bit more of a risk and they would lose
Hold up,
numbers. But
Darknia, they catch him. He's gonna be throwing himself back. He's got the soul bind, but he's gotta get the hell out of here. You don't need to overstay your welcome. Drops the remnant.
Jesus, those remnants. They just walk so fast. What is the projectile speed of remnants at this point? 3,000 cast range. Yeah, it's a 2x speed multiplier on the remnants themselves. Jeez, it's so insane. How quickly you get zipped in and out in fights. It's just stupid.
And the range itself of the spell is 3,000
Yeah, 3,000
units?
it's basically the sniper assassinate. And Mortimer's kisses, I do forget, maybe it's like 3,200, but let me check in a second.
Maybe, but first off, we have Zero Tenacity venturing out to chase out the supports. They're popping the Wukong's command onto Hatred, who's currently soaking the majority of it up with the Aeon Disc as he turns around with the Voodoo Switcheroo. And in the back, BB3PX jumping in, getting a lock onto Mixa with Woe hitting him from the side. They will take down the Witch Doctor, but for what cost? The entire team is currently vulnerable. Work, picking up the pressure, the scythe used up onto Woe. Second scythe used up, but the Ravage will put things to a halt. Loose Nesphere. They are dying. Woe turning around, keeping up the pressure onto Warwick, and it's a full-blown team wipe into a GG to be called up. LevelUP still maintaining their stature, still maintaining their presence, as they will win map number 1 versus Zero Tenacity. How are they getting away with this every single time?
Nah, it's just the satanic that go off in time, honestly, for WoW. It's something they don't really respect in any shape or form. No nullifier was bought on Zero Tenacity, and I think they took too long. At the end of the day, even though this game was 45 or 44 minutes long, right? 43 minutes and 56 seconds to be precise. Yeah, no, everything they wanted to achieve with Zero Tenacity, they immediately delay things by picking up a Hand of Midas instead of gunning for a BKB, or if you want a more active Monkey King Diffusal Blade, etc., would have been the ideas in my eyes over here. But Level Up immediately established the beachhead in the Radiant jungle, and then basically their rotation over twice into the enemy triangle was all they truly needed. And yeah, no, I think Gaben was truly on your side with the Witch Doctor. The early game seemed fine for Zero Tenacity. If our colleagues could show the graph, we would basically be saying that yeah, there was a higher chance for Z10 to actually win this game. But at the end of the day, of course, it's all about execution, and we did talk about Level Up Esports just having a bigger, and better taste of that in the past month. So yeah, no, team fight, and you know what's better than one ace, two aces up your sleeve with a double ravage.
Yep. I mean, they pulled it off tremendously well. It was, I don't know, like these Necrophos killer games, they, I don't know, they can prolong the game up to a point where it's becoming a little bit uncomfortable. Yes, you are just super strong team, but as you're always super strong as long as you have the remainder of the team around you. Now, Mixa being the prime target every single time, it just cuts the healing in half because both Necro and Largo are having a fair amount into it. Without him, you instantly got to the supports. You instantly found Nesphere. He was running on fumes by the end of those team fights, like Wukong's command, jump out here, boundless strike here, reset, jump into the trees, boundless strike again. And there was way too many things that he was supposed to do and keep Level Up distracted during the team fight. But, he had nobody else to participate with the team fights. So yeah. I guess we're gonna be heading off into a pause, the first pause of the series. And we shall be back with the game number 2. I really do hope that Zero Tenacity are going to give us something more because they're definitely a strong team. And Level Up, they need to have somebody remind them that they're not the only one, even though we're looking for the top 2 teams in their own respectful group. We shall find out after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 between Zero Tenacity and Level Up. So far, the argument on both our side and on the public side is that Zero Tenacity are beginning to slow down. They're feeling a little bit exhausted because this is the 4th game that they're playing today. But I don't believe
Void?
that, to be honest. I do believe they still have some
Void?
more gas in the tank. They're feeling a lot more aggressive with this Ember Spirit opener,
Void?
which we did see on face. Well, not Faceless Void. We saw it on Zero Tenacity in the previous series.
Void?
But yeah, will it match up against the Void? Now, Dori, give me the smarts.
I mean, okay, the math says that Aincrad has a better stats on the Void Spirit, but like, you have Coddle. Like, on the other hand, every argument I can make is that in this Spirit matchup, you pick up the Storm. Like, it doesn't seem like a good Vessel game so far. And basically, this is just projecting that, you know what we're going to be doing with the Void Spirit? We're going to build a Vessel on it and try running at you until you get Aghanim Scepter. Ooh. It's like, I don't know. It's way too much of a giveaway of your strategy, right? So, putting it into terms, it's a very, very good opportunity for Zero Tenacity to just counter this whole thing. Now, on the other hand, it is going to be rough to pick a good 18th pick here. Underlord comes to mind immediately to me personally, but it is personal preference. What you want to go for? I don't think Lena is such a commodity as the top 500s think it is, but you know, once again, there's a reason why they're sitting there and I'm sitting here. But yeah, even though the Underlord is still available, I'm thinking it will be banned immediately, joining in with the Tide.
Probably. Maybe even the Dawnbreaker can make it
Yeah,
into
I know
those
the
ranks.
Dawn does sound interesting with the Grim, doesn't it? It's just fighting into Witch Doctor with Dawn. It's the same issue as you used to have with Dawnbreaker on the offlane when Undying and the ranged carries were still meta, right? So you are literally fighting into losing, like you have to expect to lose half your HP for every fight you take on the laning stage, and that in and of itself does not make Dawnbreaker as useful of an offlaner as she used to be. Luminosity is definitely nerfed. It was even bugged for the longest time, right? So
True.
overall, the hero, it feels like Dawn and Mars are still in this weird purgatory where in pubs, right, the lower level pubs, we see them shine, we see them have a little bit of fun. If you play enough of them, the domains are still having like these level 30 Mars players and Dawnbreaker players are not gonna give up, and then Dawn players will be maxing out the Ags. Mars players, I still believe it's the Yule Scepter build with the blink you go for. So you know, to each their own. At the end of the day, it's going to boil down to what kind of team fight you can muster. They go for the Enigma and Doom bans, so either of us could be right here. When it comes to Mixa, though, I do believe it should be the Underlord, right? I do believe the double global strat, which Ember is just a half a global hero.
Not happening, I guess.
Well, BKB piercing stuns is important though, but I thought that, like, you know, with the Bane it's kind of covered, especially with the Soulbind. But now you have two opportunities for it, so they're doubling down on this crowd control aspect of the fight, but no natural routes beyond the silence of the Phantom's Embrace. I'm just a little bit scared. So like Zero Tenacity, it seems good on paper, but execution wise, if they execute the same way they did in the last game, I don't see them getting out of this right now.
Yeah, I do love the combination that they're bringing in with these strong single target ultimates, because Grimstroke of the Soulbind, you can either set it up for the Laguna or for the Grip. But the Beastmaster, it's feeling like an odd one out, because at one point we are going to be seeing the Void Spirit jumping around across the team fight. He can easily evade the roar. Second time Witch Doctor, though, he's going to have a target on his back, and we've seen what he can do with the Voodoo Switcheroo now.
Lycan Carry? Is this a bad Lycan Carry game? The other option, of course, is Tiny. Other options, of course. I know, but
not a fan. Never a fan.
It just works way too well, you know, especially with Coddle, the low cooldowns. You get the Chakra Magic. You just keep tossing. You keep juggling heroes, you know.
Yeah.
But they
And
go
it's
for the
gonna be
Drow
Drow Ranger.
instead.
Who would have forgotten her?
I didn't. It's just the very same time it's into Beastmasters. Like they give up the laning stage for the better scaling, right? Which Drow Ranger definitely has. It's just you are susceptible to the Beastmaster catching you. So that's my only problem with the pick. Overall, with no built-in status resistance, it's gonna be about the witch doctor having its target on its back. So it's gonna boil down to hatred and Einkrod most likely, because once again the Largo is not going to be doing much in the game until those items are being built up. So if my money would be on the line, I would definitely go for level up after that previous game. Zero Tenacity do seem a little bit tired. But if Nesphere goes crazy this game, right, as he usually does in a lot of times, Z10 does have a chance. But I smell 2-0 curse today in the air. I don't know why, at the very same time.
I don't want to see it happen again because Z10 are a deserving team to get into those higher positions. But I'm not a believer at the same time of a Lina carry. Between a Lina carry and a Lina mid laner, I would opt her for the mid lane rather. But we already have that position filled in with Warwick, and we have seen how aggressive Warwick can be in the mid lane. They usually paired it up with DSF so they can have this double aggressive lane. I don't think Lena can be that short-handed, especially if she gets the Laguna Blade, but and we didn't really put an emphasis on this. Level Up have an insane amount of healing as the game will keep on progressing, and I don't think you'll be able to withstand it. You have the
Illuminate from the
you have
Caudal, you
Gandalf, you
have Voodoo
have
Restoration from the Witch
so
Doctor, and
much.
you have an Elixir from the Largo specifically. So yeah, all three of the spells are going to be healing a crap ton, at least. And then, of course, you'll get your Satanic once again. So whoa, it's basically 4 protect 1 kind of ordeal, but at the very same time, it will be war. Einkrad having to do the
Prepare for battle.
initiations yourself. So if the counter comes from Warwick, I can still see fights happening in favor of Z10. It's just after that last execution in 2 fights where they just couldn't catch Will in the previous game. I'm a turncoat. I'm gonna double down on level up as well with you.
We shall see if this is gonna be the actual result or if it's gonna be a caster's curse, which, it is
It can
pretty much
happen. It's
50-50.
just
It's
wait.
a
How strong
50-50.
is our caster curse, by the way? It's a good
Oh
question.
no, it's not as strong as me and Joe. Me and Joe caster cursing, that's it is instant caster curse, or it's like a long run caster's curse, and I don't think it can get any worse than that. And also,
Because
it comes down to how hungry Joe's
is
cat is.
mine and Tolchus is so freaking weak. Basically, Tolchus and I just read the game, but I think that comes from at the end of the day. At least we're not Kyle level. That has to be said here at EPL.
Fair.
Most of us are all above 50% prediction rate. I'm pretty sure.
Bunch of smiles and bunch of jokes coming in during this pause. I mean, look at this. Look at Darknia. I mean, I can't. Like, the N and the K combination one next to each other is making my brain melt. But, they're walking in with such emotions. So this could be a good sign for Z10. They still haven't lost it, aside from their internet issues currently.
Yeah, it has to be said that, Amaralis is on the 4th time on his Grimstroke. These are great combinations for the Grimstroke, right? Light Strike Ray.
Yeah.
Laguna Blade, Primal Roar, and Fiend's Grip, plus Nightmare on top of everything. So there's multiple possibilities. Although I'm actually curious about the Soulbind interaction with the Nightmare, right? So you end one Nightmare, but which one do you end? And then how does that interaction work? So if you do double Nightmare, but you want to end the nightmare, does it end both nightmares or does it just end one of the nightmares? I have so many questions about this.
I think it ends with one.
Well, yeah, you have Soulbind. You do nightmare on the soul-binded targets, right?
Yeah.
Plural. But then you end the nightmare. Does it just end the nightmare on the primary target? Or does
I
it end
think they
both
work
nightmares?
separately. I think they work separately. Like,
But
you
then do
will
you
need to
get-
deny
but
one,
then-
and then you need to deny the other.
But yeah, that's the question. So, like, do you have to deny... Do you get to deny nightmares is the question, right? At the end of the day. I need to do more demo testing with this combination. I'm pretty sure Z10 know the answer to this,
Seconds
but
to battle.
I definitely don't.
We're
Such a
definitely gonna
niche
see it.
interaction. We'll see.
Smoke
I'd
for
rather keep it
Z10
Fiends.
though.
I'd rather keep it for Fiends Grip personally. So I highly doubt we'll see it actually.
I think it works with both. Like you can just go line. It depends on what you're gonna get because we've seen like situations where the Groomstroke is struggling, especially when there's additional units in play. This time though, they don't have anything within the likes of a Beastmaster, but we're gonna be seeing possibly illusions, making things a little bit tougher. I was gonna say something about the smoke earlier. There was a little bit of a reveal, coming in after Zero Tenacity popped their own smoke, but nothing happened right after. So we're not gonna see any big skirmishes around the bounty runes, and it's gonna be 2-2 distribution. Off to the laning stage we go. So the pairings are gonna be Lina with Bane versus Coddle and Largo. Now this could be a little bit of a squishy lane for level up.
It's a good setup for the Nightmare plus Light Strike Array combination. It's just gonna be rather about the Keeper of the Light and what kind of pressure he wants to go for. Instead of the Chakra Magic for VB3PX, they go immediately for the Illuminate to just try and get level 2 in as quickly as possible. But Moose is a menace.
Yeah, BP has been suffering. I mean, they threw pretty much everything they have onto the Largo, who, it's amazing that he's still standing, but he will need to waste the Tango, possibly will need to waste the Fairy Fire. Moose and Queasy now, with a little bit of a projectile exchange, but Nesphere is participating within the siege. He will find BB3PX, who is, well, trying to run up with below 100 HP. Moose is gonna get the Brain Staff off of cooldown in a second. Ooh, he's not gonna get that first blood. The Tango has done its heavy lifting. Now Queasy will need to do the tough stuff and pull off the waves, give secure farm under the tower for BP, so he could also get the levels, because he's gonna need them ASAP. Moose, ooh, Catchalik taking him back, but whoa, topside is gonna draw the first blood. This will be the follow-up right after.
So far, so good for the level up prediction, but yeah. Bo actually getting the first blood with a multi-shot. Kind of a positive so far against the Z10 side. It's Stroke of Fates are kind of being read from Emeraldas, BB3PX. Oh, what the bird!
Oh, so close. He's fine. Nesphere is still pushing in, though. One more strike, but he
doesn't
not
have
gonna
Dragon
get
Slave.
it. Queasy charging up. Thankfully, Nesphere is going to go into the other direction. The Catchalik will be used up for the creep, but now Moose coming in from the other side. He could get this Brain Step onto Queasy, as this Coddle is an easy target, but you gotta commit for a tower dive if you want to go for Queasy. Queasy, you don't want to stay there. Just back off. Take some time,
Of course you
reset,
wanna
freshen
stay
up,
there.
and try
Hold.
again.
No. You get the Tango, you have your double Illuminate, you want to get to touch the wave a
Oh,
bit.
but you're gonna be nightmared and brought back, and the Light Strike
Bye-bye.
Array is gonna connect then.
We talked
You
about
only
this
got
combo.
one shot.
You
You
only
only got one
shot.
shot on the courier.
Queasy can still get it though. Or sorry, BB3PX can get it though.
Nah, he's gonna miss it.
Dodge.
He needs to farm, man. You know,
Get
you need
loses?
to get those levels. You need to get the Frog Stomp. You need to get that Catchalik, because with that, it's gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be possible for you to set up the Illuminate right after, and potentially get a kill.
Yeah, casual creep skip against Alina though. Should work overall. Can't argue if they get results with it. But yeah, BB3PX definitely needs to farm. He's at 5 last hits in 3.5 minutes. Tragic.
Mid lane, we haven't spoken about the Spirit Brothers. So far, Darknia having, well, as long as he's alive, it's good against the Ember Spirit, because Ember does tend to be the stronger laner compared to his brother.
True. Although it has to be said, the Spirit matchup is by far more balanced than it used to be back in the day. It's just the mandatory vessel buy that is a little bit of a nerf to the Void Spirit, which is, okay, it's not mandatory, it's not written in stone, it's just every time I see Void Spirits without the vessel, they look like trash. Every time I see Embers without the Urn of Shadows plus the vessel, it doesn't seem that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, given the amount of healing, of course, you are getting a lot more benefits from the Spirit Vessel aside from healing. Do you want to commit for it as the Void Spirit or instantly jump onto something else? But I'm going to get that answer prematurely. There is indeed going to be a vessel brought in the mix, and this WoW is going to take topside MRLS and Nesphere down bottom.
Again.
But not again. Nesphere dies for the first time.
I mean, it's once again just kills raining in for
Fair.
level upside. Is what I'm trying to get at. And Queasy is making massive stacks for the Froggy to recover later on down the line. It's just this stompy laning state. We talked about this, right? Like, overall, Frog is going to be having a harder time, sure. Everything else, though, you know, is looking on the up and up for them.
BB3PX. This might lead to a very bad overextension. He's going to get the creeps, though, from popping the Frog Stomp. He's going to get the Courier, but pay with his life. So plenty of benefits, but he did sign off his device. He is going to force out Warwick to step a bit out of the lane, but it doesn't change anything since neither side is having an advantage in terms of experience. While top side, whoa, they are going to find Mixa with a Cask and Melodic setup.
Kills and
Along
kills
with,
and
of course,
kills.
the multi-shot.
I did say the laning stage isn't going to be that great for the Beastmaster, didn't I?
Yep, good. Meanwhile, mid lane, Darknia is going to get to level 6 first. Will get a lock on to work. Who's going to be caught up by the edge of the radius with the Maledict. Tries to run up, but 1, 2,
Not
3.
enough
He's trying to
HP.
avoid. He pops.
Not enough HP. Good try, though. 6-minute power rune is going to go to Moose. Good steal at the end of the day.
30 seconds until we get the first shrines. It could be LevelUP getting both of them because they could push out top. The Mix has already been having problems. The roar is being prolonged, and the fact that there's no support being present. They will try to convert the aggression in another manner,
Salvation.
and that's gonna be Warwick joining in, but whoa, he's gonna pop the gust, push him out, instant connection with the cask, but it's gonna jump in the other direction. Now Hatred will land the Maledict once again with Woe hitting from the other side. Healing, it's doing all of his heavy lifting, and look at Warwick just running off. Woe gets the creep. If they bait out Woe here, it could be interesting, but with Ember being so goddamn low, they're not willing to overextend. Being Swell is not gonna connect. Woe keeping up the pressure onto Mixa with the power shot, and the cask will land! But they were just there to remind them, don't mess with us.
Well, at this point, I would give Mixa the Shrine of Wisdom, though. Get him closer to level 6. No. Yeah, it's a bit of a core mentality, right? You don't want to waste time. Those few seconds, you'd rather adjust the lane on bottom.
Down bottom, we have Nestier initiated upon once again. The Void is going to try to jump in, but he's low on mana, which I don't think is going to be enough for him to commit once more. Meanwhile, mid lane is being sieged, so maybe they can refocus on to work. So a Void winning matchup is not something that, you know, we were looking forward to, but it's something that LevelUP are obviously making happen.
It's kind of dead even between the two spirits, I must say. I'm not really gonna. I can't stay that Warwick will on this laning stage. We can actually go towards that 10-minute mark and then check an adjustment, but there's no like clear 500 net worth difference between the two of them just yet. This Warwick just picks up a few lane creeps, but Nightcrawler is just gonna do the same in just a second here.
He also has a haste rune, so that is gonna be very spicy, you know. Question is on which side he's gonna get an opportunity to do this. Like, do you want to keep on punching Nesphere? Do you want to double down on Mixa?
Vessel on vessel action is definitely going to be something of an interesting curiosum, because, like, who are your main targets for this vessel, right? On one side, you do have the frog, which will melt pretty quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower
If I'm Warwick, I might be looking at the supports first, right? And then once I have vessel, I will target the frog.
This might feel like an odd question, even though we do have the
Hold on.
Dominator picked up, but down bottom, Moose is
favorite
gonna
spell.
get caught up. It's gonna be the Death Ward, but it doesn't matter because once again, it's gonna be Maledict doing its job. We are seeing the Helm of the Dominator already queued up for the Beastmaster. Now, do you want to commit all the way towards the Helm of the Overlord? Or
Yes.
would you even consider the drums? Because you
No.
are gonna try to get healing against healing, but why is... Okay, which begs the question further on, why has this item fallen off?
Slom is just not as strong as it used to be. I think, in general, if you look at 741 and what happened to Beastmaster overall, Drums of Slom in and of itself just feels
Hold
lackluster.
up, Moose. Nice catch. Woe's gonna get surrounded. They have the Centaur. They will pop it. And with the silence and everything, the gust will go off. But way too late. Nice catch.
So it wasn't that big overall, right? But like base attack speed of Beastmaster was reduced, nice and slow. Also, like a little bit the damage was adjusted for 741. I want to say C. I'm gonna double check now. Yes, C. No changes in the D patch though. So I think ever since 741A, the original came out, right? It's been slowly and nicely adjusted that Drums of Slum are just not that strong anymore. Like the tick rate is way slower. Its power up is way slower. I'd much rather have the Shard plus Helm of the Overlord than get the Aghanim Scepter on this hero now.
It kind of makes the hero feel a little bit too linear. You know? Like, you gotta do this because the...
Absolutely. It's the same deal with a lot of heroes that used to have like very creative builds at the beginning of patches, but that's just what tends to happen towards TI. I think we might see a bit more creativity this TI, right? Because the watch mechanics such as Pro Tracker and coach analysis have all been nerfed, so players need to download their whatever extension files themselves, hand them over to analysts, and
Yeah.
all of that being a hassle, and the way how it's so increasingly difficult to watch Immortal games in general, there might be a little bit of creativity that we're getting, but a team can only get so much pub data at the end of the day, right? So it's either going to be like...
You said there's a big difference between that and the captain's mode.
Yeah, that's also like a massive differential, right? This is a massive argument that constantly will the pub meta seep into the pro meta one way or the other. The last time it was extremely prevalent was TI9, of course, with the IO carry, but ever since then, it's been rare. Sure, TI9 with the gyrocopter, the fusel blade, but that wasn't an idea that was meant for the mid lane. The lane gyrocopter wasn't even a thing in TI9 either. So generally it was enabled by the IO carry in and of itself. But ever since then, no, I don't think I've seen pub strats really prevalent.
Darknia, nice jump after that long hunt. They will find Nesphere, as, you know, they will get a very nice clue with the scan. And a beautiful commitment from him and the Witch Doctor. It's gonna keep things balanced out because Woe got taken down earlier, and with that, Zero Tenacity have been able to push out the lane. And also Warwick was saved right after the pause. Now, BB3PX, Moose is keeping him harassed as MLS is lurking on the side as well, along with Warwick. Beautiful double soulbind with a silence upon hatred, and BB3PX. They're gonna try to line it up with something else, and that's gonna be the grip. It's only gonna be thrown upon hatred or Darknia. Oh, she's gonna avoid it. Nicely done. Mix is gonna be taken down. Gust, whoa, decides to join in the skirmish. So let's see what this Drow is gonna do here. BP, beautiful catchy leg. They're throwing moves back. He's trying to defend himself with the Nightmare, but he gets thrown back onto high ground once again. Whoa, getting a double.
Now that heal, even without hatred, right? Just that illuminate heal coming out from spirit form. It's just working overtime right now for the boys.
Nicely done for a level up. They are gonna lose the Witch Doctor in the process, but the initiation was there now. I guess a part of your question from earlier, like we did see the group with the double soulbind, right? The second the Witch Doctor died, we knew that he was the initial target because the one on Largo got cancelled right after. So there is definitely not like some codependence between the spell, but when it comes down to the Nightmare, I think it works as if you have Nightmare 2 targets separately.
Yeah, there's just when you cancel Nightmare, which one does it target disable first is the question still.
Tower is under attack.
I think it might function independently, but we have yet to see. I mean, would you really want to prioritize that when you have 2 more other
No,
spells that are 10 times more
Fiend's,
powerful?
Fiend's Grip and Primal Roar are definitely more important here, along
Yeah.
with Laguna Blade, of course. Yeah, someone who's won a tournament with Soulbind Laguna Blade. Yeah, I'd highly prioritize that spell over anything else. Especially when you have a team with damage issues, which currently Zero Tenacity are facing.
One thing that also makes this spell a little bit broken is, you know, if one of the heroes dies, then the Soulbind will reattach to somebody else. So you can follow it up with it very nicely, like grip 1, Laguna the other pair.
I don't know. Nesphere, by the way, is definitely going for the right build. I like the Maelstrom approach going in, as on the other side, of course, we just saw Woe about to finish off the Manta style, and then gunning for that Dragon Lance later on down the line. Or sorry, just plain old Naked Yasha for now.
It's those small additions to give you that, you know, ongoing impact. Even though at one point I was feeling a little bit judgmental when, you know, players were not committing all the way towards an item, like, just chipping parts and parts and parts and then going in for the big ones. It gives you a little bit more of a better tempo and it gives you presence when your team needs you.
It's all about that speed, you know, and then the quicker you can make it. I always go back to the Ferrari practice run, right? So just playing empty map with creeps and then just trying to find that pattern that works best for you. And that's what it's all about. That's what put Hector on the map back in the day. He was just faster than any tier 1 carry. Even though he
Did you know?
Hey, you got yeah, the 13-minute Gleipnir back in the day. I know.
Exactly.
Shout
They
out to
still have
Paige.
the sticker.
I
have
would
the
sticker
sticker.
too. No. I'm thinking of getting like a
13-minute
sticker
Gleipnir.
album because my nephew is starting to get into that age where he's gonna go to kindergarten and go into like sticker booklets, right?
Radiant's middle tower.
Just my
is
sister's
under
always having a hard time finding the kids versions of it.
Dire are
Yeah, because we used to have them with like little fishes on the cover and Donald Duck on the cover. There's like very professional stick collecting.
Hold up.
booklets.
Oh,
Nope.
so close. They didn't pop the roar. Whoa.
Nope.
That was some scary stuff.
It's the power of the sticker booklet, bro. No Primal Roar for you.
It's like we're talking about sticker booklets, Pokemon binders.
Back in the day with codes that we used to have the trick, right? Talk about food. But I'm way too hungry to talk about food, so let's not talk about food.
Is under attack.
I mean, I just had a bag of chips, so I came prepared. Your power has nothing over me. Meanwhile, Queasy faces the wrath of the Spirit Vessel, but a beautiful catch looking for BB3PX is gonna save the coddle. Nicely done.
Dire's
Meanwhile,
turret
we
has
aren't
been killed.
getting the Yule Scepter for Void Spirit. Now, I do love this item because it gives you that very cheesy setup that you can work with, but Darkmia is gonna find a hero first, and that's gonna be Mixice. He turns around with the roar, but guess what? It's fate. Him and Moose are gonna die as Woe finds the pain lurking in the back.
Yeah, you called it. This region is just too much to handle. In general, Level Up are just sitting there while UB3PX is just singing the song of his island people. Queasy just sends out one Illuminate in spirit form, and that's basically it. Solar bind one single target, and things are just, you know, straight downhill.
So far, looking at the score, it reminded me of a statistic I found out just today about Level Up throughout the entire Masters. They're the team that has had least deaths in the match, and that was 4. They end the naming a series with only 4 deaths.
In total,
Top
well,
side, Warwick, nice find. He's gonna kill Woe and make sure Level Up do not replicate the same thing one more time. He's still dancing. That's a deep dive there. Okay, he's gonna find Woe. But Warwick, do you want to stay here? Is the big question. Is you're instantly gonna get punished? There's the TP out. Yep, he's successful. Thankfully, Void does not have anything else to take you down. Meanwhile, down the mid lane,
Did we?
they're pushing out. They're gonna find Mixa, who's gonna pop the dust, keep up the chase onto Queasy. Roar available in 6 seconds. Yeah, I was just waiting to see if they're willing to overcommit on this one, but they won't.
No, Queasy's fine. Didn't we talk about an item that is needed on Void Spirit in order to be effective? I don't know. I forget now. What was that mandatory stupid item we talked about that Kezu even mentioned? Hold up, mid.
The Spirit Vessel, maybe, but BB3PX having some problems here. The healing is coming in from afar, but Queasy's gonna be caught up by Nesphere, and they will divide them. Queasy is gonna survive by the Glimmer. I think that you're talking about the Spirit Vessel.
Was it? Was it the Spirit Vessel? Get off my lawn. What's a lawn? I'm Coddle. I don't know what Aincrad is doing.
Wait,
Is
we're
what I'm
talking
trying to
about
say.
Coddle or about the
No, I'm
Void
talking about
Spirit?
Aincrad. Aincrad not finishing this vessel kind of feels like a blunder to me.
Fair.
But yeah, the Coddle going for the Urn and then Essence Distiller later on down the line, I'm absolutely okay with. But one of them needs to pivot away from getting that Urn because Urns will overlap from time to time.
I really do hope the aren't like we were still missing out on the Tormentor for a minute, but I do hope it's gonna be level up getting up because Coddle is gonna be chosen by the RNG and you're gonna get 100% Illuminate heal upgrade with the double solar bind. But maybe, just maybe, Z10 are gonna make a move first as a triple man smoke with Mixa's, you know, pet zoo. They're moving down bottom, easy. Walking behind them. They could be jumping in face to face as Warwick gets caught up first. Hypnotized, taken back. There's the Death Ward popped up, and Warwick is gonna break out, but the Maledict is sticking with the Urn. Now he turns around, Darknia. They're gonna take down both him and Hatred for the trade-off for Warwick. Easy on the run. Glimmer is gonna get off cooldown in 2 seconds as Nesphere is still chasing. He is slowing down. Oh, and the Glimmer. He walks out. Nicely done. Better not overextend because it's a tough trade-off for level up, but they can keep on going. And down mid lane, they are finding MRLS, but they're gonna call it off.
Zero Tenacity using Level Up's mandatory aggression against them for now. And getting this double kill. We'll be curious to see how many times they'll gain it themselves, but you know, two snakes trying to tangle on top of each other is currently what the play is for both of these teams in the mid game.
Army
Oh, yeah.
taken, Moose gets the shard.
Maybe the first of many fights with a good soulbind. We shall see down the line.
I was anticipating level up to make a move right after the Stormy because they did pop a scan. They do realize that, you know, something already happened. And will they get lucky with the lucky catch? And now it's gonna be Moose, even though Nesphere was very close by and with even less health.
Your final gasp serves as balance to the whirlwinds of destruction.
Level Up are
Yes.
not wanting to deviate from just dominating that territory. But that's a good question. Holding on to this Radiant jungle, is it counterintuitive or not? So you're giving away triangle space and then basically giving away your position at the same time. I don't know, jungle feels like a little bit of a bait if you are on the offensive side.
You did speak earlier about, you know, Delargo still within the same ballpark of getting better once he gets the scepter, but this time we have the Mean Hammer as a prio with the Lotus. It's gonna get caught up first. Soul Binds. Oh, with the Lotus, it's gonna pop right back onto MRLS and Nesphere. Now this is gonna rob them away from the initiation. Queasy's still within the vicinity. You gotta be careful, Grandpa. Long were the days since you were, you know, a core hero, but you know, there's still a possibility, but not in this game.
Smoke? Does Z10 want to continue here? I mean, they're feeling strong, aren't they?
For sure, but they did pop the Soulbind, so that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Still, they have the Roar. Let's see if they'll make the catch now. Darknia, they see him, moves. There's the Nightmare, they bring him in. They are calling in everybody. Well, charging up, nope. The fact that this guy has the freaking Dissimulate is just so annoying. and
is under
it
attack.
jumps
I love it.
over the roar timer. You know,
I love
that
it.
split second before it goes off.
Dire
It's so
are
funny.
scanning.
Void Spirit is a really, really fun hero. It's just his current scaling is just not appealing to me. He is still 6th on the network chart, and neither Void or neither Spirit actually
Oh,
finishing
he's
out
gonna
the
jump into
vessel
climb a little
is,
bit
is
higher,
just
but misses.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that is why you buy Blink against him, so you
Radiant's
can keep
middle
your
tower
fair
is under
distance.
attack.
Or go for the aggressive if you want to go yourself, but until Moose doesn't get his Blink Dagger, engagements are still going to be a little bit awkward for Z10. That's why I was even more confused as to why they went for that smoke approach. But
I mean,
yeah.
maybe to get lucky. I don't know, because we could be nearing on a Roche contest. It's been 23 minutes. Beastmaster does love to fight. He's got the dragon handpicked for him. But what does he focus on right now? Because top side has been cleared up from towers. Bottom and mid, they're losing one. So if you want to commit for more, you're putting Mixa out there. And you don't want him to be the first one stricken down for zero tenacity. Because ultimately, like, aside from the Ember, who does love to frontline, everybody else is in
Dire's
range.
bottom tower is
And they
under
can be
attack.
easily handpicked and bullied. Now, speaking of Warwick, down bottom, oh, nice miss away
No way.
from
He dodged
the
it out
dust.
twice from the dust, but oh, good catch.
Brilliant, but Darknia catches him in the back. Now Warwick tries to get out, TP out. Do we have anything to stop him with? Answer would be no.
Yeah, the Chakra magic does come a second too late to actually make the kill on the Ember.
I mean, definitely, focus on the later, knowing that this has happened way too many times. You don't have any Abyssal Bash wielders.
Eventually, Aincrot can get it, but yeah, I do agree. Hold.
Oh, Lotus, switcheroo, but they still have BP3PX locked down. He is trying to survive this, eventually breaks out, but as he's completely surrounded. It's gonna be a good effort from Zero Tenacity, paving the way further into the Roche pit. Now, level up. They don't know anything about. Actually, they do know everything about this because there is an observer ward dropped by Hatred, but they're choosing not to respond.
Radiant's middle tower.
Roshan with a get out my swamp move. It doesn't really matter.
It's a paid agent by Nesphere, to get the Aegis of the Immortal. Remember, like, when all 3 cores are pinging at who's gonna get the Aegis. Whoever's gonna snatch it first is gonna be the winner. Roche? Decided to help.
That's a good question. Would Mixa be a good carrier here? Rather be on the no lenient side. I think the best target for it, or the best carrier for it, would have been Warwick, personally.
Speaking of Nesphere, he's gonna get caught up. The Death Ward is used up, and with MRLS coming in, they will take the kill onto the Witch Doctor, and they will secure the Lina. But Darknia, he's committed. Thankfully, Lina falls off a TP back home. But top side, we have a rotation coming in as well. Warwick, are they gonna get the Drow? Maybe in return. Like, Woe is having a tough time focusing on a target, but he's still gonna get the dragon away. So 260 gold for him. Mixa jumps out from the multi-shot, and he's gonna TP back home. We are waiting for the third BKB to arrive for Zero Tenacity, which is gonna be for Nesphere. They already have 3, but we really haven't seen much of them. Mainly because they haven't been used. I thought they had them for quite a bit now. Triple smoke, Zero Tenacity. Once more on the move, they will find Queasy as the Illuminate is gonna reveal his presence. They are not really committed to making a move. Instead, it's gonna be Nesphere just pushing out down bottom, securing the last tier 1 tower for the team. With that, and start moving into the dire triangle. Maybe just push out, maybe just, get some vision going about. during all of this level up, they're just keeping in their own lane. They're just farming about. Or he's gonna lose his courier, and that's a big one because the Ember is gonna have the Aghanim Scepter prolonged for at least 2 full minutes. Meanwhile, Nesphere also loses a courier.
The
That's also
finished
the BKB
BKB.
gone.
Oh no. Okay, BKB timing still hit. Zero Tenacity trying to pull this game back from the fringe of a loss.
Meanwhile,
But-
look at what's happening with the offlaners here.
Oh my lord.
There's a
this is
nightmare.
So shaky.
Hopped onto BP, but that's a ultra overextension. Not sure why were you there in the first place.
What, it's some chill time away from the friends? So quiet firing, maybe?
I don't know. It reminds me of my cat. Meanwhile, Darknia gets silenced up. Nice catch coming in from Z10, but they're a little bit close to enemy territory. The Lotus this time is not gonna break the Soulbind, but still, it's gonna be enough for Darknia to be taken down. Warwick still keeping up with Chase Hatred. The Voodoo Restoration doing an amazing job at keeping him out. Multi-shot coming in. Warwick makes the catch once again. They're pushing him out. Hatred, he's barely standing alive. The Brain Sap, nothing is gonna get to him. Nixa still committed, still willing to move forward. The Laguna Blade, he's gonna avoid the majority of these big spells. Nixa finally deciding to pop the roar, but it's gonna be on too easy because a little bit too deep. Thankfully, the Blink Dagger is off cooldown and he backs off. 2 kills for Zero Tenacity, still within the Aegis timer. And they're looking in for yet another tier 2.
Just pressuring the bottom one will be important, but Queasy Justin picked up possibly the most influential item of the game. Well, it was,
Scepter?
yeah, well, it was,
Yes!
doesn't seem like much, but at the very same time, it's that AoE control post pre-BKBs. I could definitely buy them. Great deal of an advantage here.
Like you know, you either pick a ringmaster or you get your Coddle farmed up to the level that he's gonna become a ringmaster on steroids.
I mean, discount Enigma is always a good option in my opinion.
Fair point. 5-man smoke now coming in from LevelUP. This is the first time we're seeing a full team commitment on their end. Now, if it's just for moves, it could be a little bit of a waste of time. Unless they find somebody else. More or less, it's an okay choice. Instantly turns around with the Soulbind. Nothing to connect it with. Easy peasy. You cannot really chain it into another objective from this point on. Like, there's still no Roche, there's no Tormentor. Well, Tormentor just appeared down bottom, so maybe you can go for it. Instead, it's a bigger catch, it's a bigger fish. Is Nesphere caught up down bottom? Wheezy, he is keeping up the harassment onto Lina until the rest of the group comes back. Nesphere, oh, is gonna miss out with the Light Strike Array, and there's the call to go back home. I'm just gonna TP out. Not messing with this, guys. We saw what happened last time around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
"31 minutes into play. Zero Tenacity are still holding on to a solid lead. Absolutely commendable, but Gaben's still on the side of LevelUP and has been for quite some time.
Now we have more healing coming in for LevelUP, so it's gonna be tough. And the fact that they're willing to commit, it is something that Zero Tenacity, obviously they should be prepared for. This smoke could help them out, but they're most likely gonna be jumped upon because in that direction there's no heroes to be found.
Attempt at a bit of pressure onto the mid lane, but yeah, they'll pivot to the top.
Oh, BP, okay. He walks out. He's gonna break the smoke. And he's just gonna try to get away, but a beautiful blink in for the grip. BP is gonna be gone. Still, this is gonna place Warwick pretty deep onto high ground. They don't have a buyback, thankfully. Warwick picking up the cheese. They got Hatred. They have double Soulbind with Woe as well. Now Hatred is gonna force out a buyback. It's gonna be tough fighting without the draw. Will o' the Wisp pulling them back into the tower, but that tower is not doing any damage, regardless of the fortification. Nice catch. A very ballsy one from Zero Tenacity, but you know,
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's finally time for some other team to start bullying level up.
Zero tenacity, still keeping up this pressure. Can they take this tier 2? So essential in the previous series.
Likely.
This one ain't unlike that one either.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Next Roche is gonna be revealed in about 5 seconds, so if it's a short timer, this could, you know, keep up with the pressure. Meanwhile, level up, they are using Darknia to keep bottom side pushed out, Roche back in 2 minutes, so there's still a very solid chance for level up to push out one big team fight here. Darknia finds moves. The cheese tosser will be caught up, but it seems like Darknia will mess things up big time.
Yeah, incredible with the overextension. One of the other reasons why I hate the Void Spirit, right? You need to overextend, you need to find those kills, you need that stupid vessel finish.
Tower is under attack.
Then you can basically snowball into the game, but Steel Scepter ain't it.
Brother, I don't know what you're talking about, I just want a scepter.
Sure.
Dire's
Vessel will give you
Meanwhile,
that
going
AoE
as
silence. So, like, it's the fine choice. It's just, the Vessel should have been finished, like, ages ago. And that could have given you the chance to basically kill people, sub BKB, but now all 3 cores have it. Obviously, it's not going to be finished now. It's just, it does
Easy,
feel...
whoa. Okay, that was a close encounter coming in there, as Mixa, he's gonna throw himself upon Hatred, throws everything he has onto the Witch Doctor, so he's gonna be destroyed, but it's gonna be denied, but still a full minute without him. Wheezy dies down. They will create enough space for the cores to move out. But you don't need to throw any sacrifices towards Zero Tenacity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, no buybacks available either on the level up side. On this sphere. Keep swinging that hammer as long as that iron is glowing, so they're gonna get the best of this and finally break high ground on that top lane as well.
Across the backdoor protection, it's not a problem, we're not stopping. We know that the supports are not here for the setup, as we know how toxic they can be. BB3PX is trying to challenge, meanwhile Warwick gets a kill upon Woe alongside with the Bane, so Rip committed and Drow gone. They cannot do anything to us in a full-blown minute as Roche respawns and we are ready to take him down for a second time. This time with the Roche banner. But let's see, mid lane, Darknia, oh god. Which is a bigger of a problem? The Spirit Vessel being incomplete or the lack of a BKB?
You get to choose in this case, but yeah, it's actually a good question if this is a Lincoln's game or a Lotus game. I would personally go Lotus myself, but
For example, what happened to Moose right now, he did throw himself for the Lotus, but ultimately it's a bait to get the Solar Bind. Ooh, but still Moose will suffer. They don't have the connection to keep up the pressure. Even without Darkney and without Woe, the rest of the crew are choosing to defend as much as they can. Sphere sieging down mid. This could be yet another lane of super creeps. There's gonna be the BKB popped up. He's standing his ground. He's fighting targets off. He's got about 20 seconds left remaining to do whatever he wants, and it's gonna be job well done for Zero Tenacity as they lead the game 36 minutes in with 17k. Now this is definitely a point of no return for level up. For the first time, I believe,
Are scanning.
across the entire Masters. Have they even lost the map?
here at EPL or
During the play-ins.
Z10 play-ins, I believe so.
No, Z10.
Radiant
No, level up.
Oh, level up.
Actually, they won. They lost one, so they already met up with Zero Tenacity.
Yes.
And it did go to a game 3.
Yes.
And same with Team Aeon.
Yes. Yeah, despite that, level up are kind of flawless so far here in the group stages, and I think that's what truly matters. Although, to be fair to them, right, this is only one series that they've won so far. Those are
Sure.
Tenacity are getting closer and closer to ending their
VP
group stage run.
Nestir gets caught up, breaks out with the 4-step out of the will of the wisp, and a beautiful catch from Warwick. Beautiful soulbind reattaching from Hatred onto O into BB3PX. And they're trying their best to withhold him, but Zero Tenacity, they're breaking loose. They're absolute monsters. And there's the GG being called up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking this matchup for yet another game number 3. It's David and Goliath meeting up.
Radiant victory.
And I'm really happy. Like, we've avoided the curse, no 2 nulls for the second time, at least for the second series of today.
At least it's not a cursed day, right? At the end of the day, but
Yeah.
damn. Level Up. This is definitely a ball that they've just dropped themselves. I have several questions how you could lose this one overall, so hopefully production will pull up the stats alongside us in just a second here. But yeah, no, the Nesphere Lena just looked so much better than I expected myself. And I do have to apologize. And the Void Spirit looked as bad as I expected. So, like, one way or the other, one of these teams are going to be looking like they're dumpstered so far. And fair point, you know, Ikrod didn't basically feed away his life savings or whatever at the same time. It's just the Wodra Ranger never got to that scale that you'd wanted to see. Was behind around 100 last hits, so yeah, no, that mass heal that we predicted for Level Up, basically just caster the crap out of them, I guess. But no, overall, they just didn't have their tools for the turnaround. Hatred never got the Voodoo Switcheroo. BB3PX never got to the Agnum Scepter, and I don't know how you lose with Will-O-Wisp, but voila, you can. It is possible at the end of the day, isn't it?
I mean, they were lacking on other crucial items. Like, they didn't have this full-blown reliable lockdown coming aside from Darkness or Hatred that were pretty much at the end hyper-obliterated. The healing was, overly extensive, but when your targets are way too weak, there's nothing more you can do about it. But I don't think that BB3PX was, you know, having a hard time building the Aghanim Scepter. He was just plain out avoiding it. Like, looking at his itemization, he went in for a Lotus, he went in for a Lincoln's. The Chasm may have been a pathway towards a Shivas or something of that sort. It's like,
More than
I don't know, like,
likely, just you need the Ags in order for this heal snowball to actually keep the team alive. You know what I'm saying?
true.
And if this is the plan, you don't go Kaya into Meme Hammer like it's a bot game. It definitely isn't. And Zero Tenacity, they will double down on you. I'm pretty sure, even if they got to the Shivas, the reaction at the end of the day is going to be a Scotty, and Scotty plus AC coming through
Yeah.
from Mixa and Nesphere. Yeah, maybe not the Scotty. I might retract that statement. This is just too much damage to handle, and if you're not having that heal core in the middle of your fights, you're losing ground. Like, where's my Guardian Greaves? Where's my Holy Locket on either on Hatred? I wouldn't buy it on Queasy. I would definitely buy it on Hatred, though. And getting these glimmers, sure, you break some ankles. At the end of the day, Level Up definitely dropped the ball on this one.
Yep, but there is still one more game for redemption because we are gonna see what's gonna happen in game number 3. Definitely, we could even throw it in the ballpark that Level Up may have been experimenting because they still have this, comfort zone. This is definitely their hardest contender in the group because they have, met before, so maybe they can just double down in the upcoming series and take this over with 2-1. But as I said, we're gonna find that out after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final series. Well, not series, game of the series between Zero Tenacity and Level Up. As for the third time in a row, Zero Tenacity, they opted for this Grimstroke pick, and it has been absolutely amazing. It has been very productive. They will pair it up once more with the Bane. I mean, come on, you gotta give them credit for game number 2. They managed
It's
to pull it
lost.
off.
It did lose just one game so far out of four.
Yeah.
So that's technically a 75% win rate. So no, obviously we were waiting for the Bane in the previous game. Level Up just ran out of juice at the end of the day. I still don't understand how you cannot pull off the match with the Coddle, right?
Mhm.
Will-O-Wisp is just an absolute blast of the past, but yeah, I think both teams just getting rid of the Largo, obviously, it just seems like the better solution at the end of the day. No, neither team really wants to touch it. It's not banned, it's not picked. And Mixa going for the good old and reliable, the old reliable undying. My strategy, the Serbians and of course the Hungarian team also were trying to implement for the longest time. Although we did pair it up with a Coddle most of the time. And
Sure.
Morales for the 5th time going for the Grimstroke. It's going to be an interesting day, one way or the other.
Which Dr. Band also
Dazzle.
Level Up are bringing in the Dazzle in the mix. I mean, they're not
Dazzle.
letting go of the healing and Earth Spread on the
Sure,
other side.
the bomb is going to be there with the Shadow Wave. You know, you do have the Lycan moving in with the Shapeshift.
Hmm.
So there's that aspect that makes a lot of sense. And against the Fiend's Grip, and even if you go for like these massive burst damages, such as the Necrophos, that is the meta. Shallow Grave will help. But yeah, obviously, since you're not going to go Axe either or, uh, this should still be a fine approach coming out from Level Up Esports. But I need a carry. I really, really need a carry against the Undying. And once again, I'm looking at the usual suspect of the Ursa here, as obviously, if we go for the Lena one more time, I'm gonna lose it.
No, I don't want to see Lena either. On
It's
neither
it,
side.
it just doesn't feel good. I think the tempo is just not there. Uh, bursting down the Tombstone, bursting down possibly a Centaur or I don't know
Lena
Tide.
Band. Yes.
Thank God. Gaben, I mean, sorry. But yeah, Lena getting rid of Nesphere. Usual suspects. There's still the SF, there's still the Drow.
Hmm. Oh,
Obviously, those
SF
are
still is in the pool. That's
untouched,
amazing.
untouched. Because right, there's for one side you have Bane and Grimstroke, on the other side you have Hoodwink. So like Requiem going off is gonna be an annoying endeavor if you do actually pick up the SF. Um I thought TB would have been a good choice actually for
Hmm.
Woe, but he as captain decides against it. That
uh,
does put them in an interesting position, though.
I mean, they've been quite creative also in the carry department. Like looking at the previous and unique picks that they have revealed during the entire Masters. Like they've played out Alchemist, they've played out Morphling, they've played out Bloodseeker. They even brought in Abaddon in the mix as well as the Sven. Now, I wouldn't double down on yet another range hero. That is the one thing that I have a problem with in the level up draft because Lycan, as good as he can be, he's not your only contender in this scenario. And he can be
Go for the
bursted down.
classic. Go for the classic Tiny. I don't know.
Mm, I
It
mean,
doesn't
it
feel
could
that
be
great.
fun to see Tiny bite, that later on
Sure,
in the game.
great. I think it worked out for PSG and TI10. No, I was just kidding. Obviously, it's a good strat. It's just not to my liking currently. I'd rather see Woe on the Alchemist. Now that you mention it. Great Aghanims, Scepters, both on the Lycan and
Hmm.
the Storm. I don't think he's gonna buy two, obviously, but he can definitely buy at least one for the Storm,
Sure.
which tends to be very, very late in terms of the build orders. And looks like Moose is just stream sniping us.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I mean, we read the stats and they're just literally stealing our homework.
It just makes
Uh,
sense. Overall, it just makes sense. And they are pushing themselves towards that Tiny,
hmm.
which Zero Tenacity could have the opportunity to steal, but I don't know if I'm level up, do I want to ban it at all? I'd rather just ban the Drow personally if I were them.
Yeah, feels like a good
They
option to
they get
have.
they banned the SF instead. I think they had the tools for the Shadow Fiend personally, but that does leave the Drow. It leaves the Life Stealer could be interesting,
Hmm.
right?
Oh, that would be fun to see.
But oh,
And there's the Sven.
Sven. It's a good cleave. Good, like, Nightmare into Stormhammer is still great. Cannot
And with the
deny.
Soulbind pair up, that would be absolutely disgusting.
You're still melee. I don't know, man. Triple melee core is not that big of a mistake as it used to be in like 737, yada yada yada. It used to be way more punishable, right?
But this does pave a path to either the Lifestealer or the Ursa being picked up. Both of them thrive on melee heroes.
I personally like the Lifestealer a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Surviving the magnetize still can be pierced through, so your rage is not as valuable, as there's a spell that genuinely will crush your feelings, and the lane sucks against the Undying. Like it's just
True.
terrible.
And they're
I
gonna go
like
in
this
for
way
a
more.
spec.
Okay, yeah. Now your arguments and my arguments are gonna collide here on this one.
Sure,
Because
sure,
I
sure.
think this Spectre is an awesome pick.
Out of spite, I will say I hate to agree with you. Like I hate to disagree with you because I do agree with the Spectre here a lot because you do have that AFK, safety. You do have that good durability, and you can join in whenever Darknia and secures a good catch for you. And you do have a Hoodwink on the other side, which is also hyper aggressive. So just to keep it fun, I'm gonna say I hate the Spectre. I do like the Sven a little bit more because it does scream a little bit earlier aggression. It does have that earlier pressure. We see how well Zero Tenacity can layer these aggressive laners, so I'm gonna go for
Ugh.
Z10. And
I have
also,
to
I'm
go
just and
against my
also because I'm
guy.
gonna snatch away the Undying away from
I
you,
have
and I
to
know you
go
love
against my
Undying.
guy. I have to go against my guy. But
Yes,
yeah,
yes. You either choose the
overall,
Spectre or
I'm
you
choosing
choose
the
the Undying.
Spectre. I'm choosing the
Okay.
Spectre. I think Level Up. A little bit of communication issue came through in the previous game. They should just basically hand over uh Zero Tenacity their butts. They are in their fifth game. They are growing tired. You can see it in their executions, even in the previous game. Yes, they did grind down eventually what Level Up
Mhm.
were serving in the previous game. I still don't believe in the drafts that they've currently got themselves into. The Tombstone is not solved, so there's that option to basically split up the fights. But with Shapeshift getting into the backline, especially with Haunt revealing the targets, I think Level Up should have this one in the bag.
We shall see. I mean, it's
Prepare for
still
battle.
falling down a matter of who's gonna be faster, who's gonna be more annoying to be dealt with. Because Woe is one of the slowest, not the player, but the hero is one of the slowest Radiance farmers out there. So yeah, of course you're eventually gonna get the Hunt before you get the Radiance, and you can pick off of heroes. But what is your pickup potential across the remainder of the lanes of the rest of the heroes?
Well, the laning is going to be painful, one way or the other. More than likely, the Undying is going to have some time against the Dazzle. No matter if you don't get the kills, you still get the Ks, so that just helps you
Hmm.
secure last hits overall. It seems like a decay tombstone lane to me. No, although most of the time it seems like a decay tombstone lane to me. Uh, some people will disagree,
True friend.
of course, Miero being one of them. And although when he introduced the Undying offlane or reintroduced it into the offlane dispatch, or just brought it back into the limelight of the meta, he definitely went for the decay and the soul rip to have that little bit of more burst damage. And against heroes like the Spectre, it can be the more viable option. We shall see. That's what I'm boiling it down to.
Yep.
I do definitely want to see the Sven thrive in the lane, although against Lycan, it can be more of pain fiesta for the Bane itself. So yeah, in my eyes, Level Up just have the better laning stage in general, even though they will be most likely just having pain on the safe lane. So pretty much the early game scenario that I'm reading right now, it should be very similar to what we saw in the previous game, with both carries just suffering outright, but then the Sven have a bigger burst
30
around the
seconds
20-minute
to battle.
mark, possibly picking up BKB at 25, and then trying to chase down the Spectre and the team, but then backline falling apart over and over again on Zero Tenacity. That's just my read of what the game could be. But obviously, if Zero Tenacity are just patient enough and they set up their team fights just as they did in the previous game, and if LevelUP fall into that trap, obviously, then we can have
The battle
the game fall
begins.
apart
Level
on
up.
them.
Level up feeling a little bit aggressive with this opener as they did reside in the Radiant Triangle, but they were a little bit short-handed. They got spotted out. The smoke reveals were a little bit too far and they didn't have any solid catch. So we're off into the laning stage without any big fights, without any big kickoffs. It's only the mid lane that we really haven't discussed about, and this is yet gonna be another spirit matchup. This time, the Storm versus the Earth. Which one do you think is gonna have the better output? My bet is gonna be on the Storm.
Early laning stage, sure, but at the very end there, your Spirit does have a heavier hit rate as Mixa.
Oh, are we seeing first blood? Yes, indeed. As Woe is gonna take him down. As on the other end, it's gonna be MRLS taking down Hatred. Woe still keeping up with the pressure as MRLS is looking low. He is gonna connect with the Inkswell, but do you really want to keep up with this matchup? Woe, picking up the chase. One more strike is what he needs, but he's gonna go under the tower. Gets the double kill, but he will face a little bit of downtime of his own. But a good opener for the Spec, because this is already gonna throw her above 1k in terms of net worth.
Yeah, the suicidal dive is more reminiscent of what Undying usually likes to do, but definitely it puts a bit of a smile on my face that Mixa is following my game plan, the build order for the Undying. At the end of the day, though, you know, resetting your HP and mana and dying to tower. Actually, I think that's the key point here that we'll manage to achieve, because Decay is only level 1. It doesn't do much damage, so. Yeah, he dies in for the kill and then dies to tower instead of a hero. That's the art that Woe actually managed to achieve here. Which, as you mentioned, gives him a lot of gold to work with here.
Let's see. Like, I'm still looking at top at what's happening because there's definitely going to be a lot of this back and forth. This Hatred now having the poison touch available pushes into MRLS, but he's got to be careful because, you know, you always have that moment that you can stack and the dual decay is going to land and Mix is going to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, diving into that potential tombstone, right? Like, you don't know right now, as if you're Hatred or Woe, what Meeks actually picked up. Because down bottom, there's a little bit of ticklage, but as you can see, the Lycan can always just back off, go for more Spirit Wolves, and then just get on with the day. As the mid lane is favoring the Storm Spirit on the early levels, as we discussed, Warwick's teamfight laydown is what we're truly going to be curious about. Right,
Sure.
magnetize and then rolls basically into the back line. It's trying to
super painful, so you gotta be careful with that.
on the first 10 minutes have to be really fast. Like Joe and I discussed this in yesterday's stream for Are Rise previously, and if you cannot deliver on that early aggression, right, you fall into this weird late game stupor or mid game stupor where your BKB just suddenly doesn't do anything. Your vessel is useless, and you can try and target smaller heroes, but the big ones are just never going to fall at your feet.
True. And also you're gonna have a Dazzle on the other side. That is definitely gonna be a problem. You know, like aside from the healing, the Grave is a little bit too much to handle. And top side, we are seeing a siege up on Woe. Thankfully, the Inkswell will not land. The zombies are still keeping up the chase now. Thankfully, MRLS was busy with taking it down. Woe eventually breaks off, pops the self, is alive and well, but Moose arrives across the gate. They're pulling him back with the Nightmare. They're trying to keep him contained, and with that, Woe is gone.
Level 2 decay all the time. Isn't it important?
Already making a difference. I mean, the scaling from 20 up to 60 base damage and, you know, 3 seconds of cooldown reduction. It's hurtful, you know?
It's supposed to that damage, that extra 40 damage just feels so good when you pick it up on the Undying. Once you get that level 2 decay.
Dire structures are fortified.
I should know, I've been spamming it against bots all year. All month, actually.
All month long, all the time for this event.
There's just
No,
too many good TV shows. I can't pay attention to Dota and ranked at the same time, so I farm bots and watch my TV shows. I need to know what happens.
No judging here, man.
Well,
No
there you go.
judging here. I mean, there is a level of satisfaction to it. The dopamine strikes a lot better. Down bottom, we're seeing a lot of projectile exchanges. So Stormhammers flying in, some bushwhacks and whatnot, but nobody is dying out just yet. Nasir, he is gonna heal up, and it's withholding only the Fairy Fire if he chooses to overextend. But actually, ooh, that's a nice Stormhammer landing. But you know, you gotta wait 3 more levels for the Bane to get the grip, you know, if you want to do that. Top side, we're seeing Mixa under attack once again as a rotation is gonna come in and take him down. Now, they've made note that he's all by himself. And it's a good catch. No Dirge to bring him back for another minute.
True.
But
So-
Warwick, oh, nice kick, punch under the tower. Hatred though, he is gonna be fine. Pops the shallow grave. It's gonna last exactly long enough to get the TP through. Now he was also lucky that the tower was not focusing him.
Well, even if it focused him, he still had a shallow grave, so he should have
True.
been fine one way or the other. The question rather is that they're trying to overcompensate and shut down the Spectre lane one way or the other. But LevelUP is losing, not on the bottom side as mid-catch once again.
It's gonna be Warwick under siege as Darknia is gonna pop the Amplify, formerly known as Double Damage Rune, to take down his brother.
Spirit on spirit action. When is it gonna end? It's a nightmare.
It's not gonna, but it's gonna be some action down bottom as Nisphere is gonna go in for the dive and instantly gets punished. Nice Vortex back. They won't get the strike for the kill. And this is good. It's, you know, the galvanized stacks increasing, more mana regen, more chances to be proactive. Meanwhile, topside, Mixa is gonna take down Hatred. Yet another tombstone, but it's gonna be killed soon enough because it's within tower range. Still some time for Mixa to compensate for the lack of farm. Whoa, throws in the dagger. They're not gonna do anything about the follow-up. Nice deny. Shrines, 1 for each. So nothing too spectacular happening during that. So far, within 7 minutes in, it's so far quite a standstill situation, but the fact that this Storm Spirit has been allowed to venture out to start getting these early kills, it could be a growing problem for Zero Tenacity because their lanes are going to be a little bit more contained. Their farming is going to be a little bit under contest. Hatred, Magnetized, popped up. Okay, nice return kill, but if you get Darknia, it's going to be even better. Rolls out, Ward Squeezy. Okay, going in for the double support. Stroke of Faith is going to miss. Warwick still committed, but he's pretty much on cooldown, and there's the Hunt being popped out. They're throwing Woe into the mix as moves. Nice Brain Sap to keep him up to high health, but Warwick is going to be the bigger target. Tries to roll out, and it's not going to go far. Easy landing in the kill, and BB3PX getting moves on the other side. LevelUP. Nice first use of the Hunt. And also, now Nixa. They are going in for yet another one. He pops the Tombstone, but he's a little bit all by himself. LevelUP will step back. The zombies are coming in, and Nesfer going from across the gate focuses on to Hatred. Not sure if this is the best choice, as he's got enough of an open window to pop the Shallow Grave. Eventually, it's gonna expire.
Well, Mordecai should do it.
They're not.
Oh, there's
gonna
not
have
enough mana.
reach.
It's not enough
Or
mana. No soul
Oh,
ring.
damn. That's sad. I mean, he's got the stick.
Radiant's
He
bottom tower is
lives.
under attack.
Hatred lives.
Tower is under attack.
Long live the hatred.
Structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
but as I said, you know, these backline fights are just going to be split up by BB3PX and, of course, good old Aincrad. The Storm will just slide in, pick up a target.
Radiant's bottom
Woe can
tower
join
is under
anytime, anywhere where he wants to.
Yeah.
And if the Earth Spirit doesn't get its kills, I don't know. Wet noodle.
Finding more. Mixa once again. This time we have Queasy in the mix for the Bushwhacker, more or less. Trying to ink swallow away. They will connect onto Woe. But with the TP coming in, Ceaseless Dirge is active, and he's gonna back off. Now,
Radiant's bottom tower
we do
has
usually
fallen.
see Spectres
Dire's
focusing
middle tower is
the
under attack.
Radiance first off. But this is a Spectre getting an Urn and a Midas.
Once again, Vo is planning for this massive late game. Or no, actually, that was Nesphere, right? With the Monkey King that actually did this.
Yes.
Vo is feeling that the laning stage didn't go well for them, and that is a little bit strange. I will say that. But they are capitalizing on the fact that they need to outlast Sven's peak, so... And it is a Spectre, so she'd want to be online by minute 40, the latest. So, a little bit strange, but at the very same time, you know, kind of understandable.
McLean. Oh, they're looking for a siege, but an instant magnetized is going to be popped. The Squeezy will pop. Darknia moving out. It's going to be yet another small support taken away, but it's, you know, one nice effort to keep LevelUP pushed out. But they're willing to commit, though. Vortex, there's Woe jumping in with the Hunter. Are going to reveal a Hex. The Hex, though. I did see a chicken.
Chimkin?
I don't know, like... Wait, let me...
I think you are
check.
confusing the Wild Wing Ripper with the Hex.
Something did happen to this guy, unless... I don't know, the poison used to do that.
Well, the
Not
Nothel
anymore.
projection... No, the Nothel projection still hexes, but yeah, apparently
Yes.
it was used.
Yep, and it was used up. Yeah,
Nothel-
1.4 seconds, I'm
Nothel
not...
projection plus the poison touch does still hex for like 1.4 second, so...
Yes, so I haven't lost my mind yet.
Yeah, I was wondering,
see
like,
him turn.
where would a Scythe of Vice come out at 12 minutes in, but you're correct, yeah. Nothel projection hex still works. Yeah, it's been a while since we saw Dazzle in any kind of competitive match as well. Smash down up top. But yeah, Nesphere revealing a little bit of god strength and a little bit of redness in the Sven's cheeks.
And Mask of Madness.
As you do. I mean, he is gunning for the Echo Saber, fast farming. 12 minutes later, he's gonna have that good old harpoon. More than likely with a BKB on top of everything. And then
it's just Smash.
It's a good question, because I mean, Silver Edge could be great against the Lycan, against the, you know, even the Storm Spirit to some extent.
I mean, you are breaking the dispersion as well, so that helps you out. Oh, but Nesphere is gonna get caught up by Darknia with the haste, so getting in close and personal and insta-punishing the enemy carry. Now, what are these three cooking? Triple Man Smoke now popped between Moose, MRLS, and Warwick. They have the Magnetize available once again, but who's gonna beat our catch? And it's looking like Darknia. Instant silence. They are trying to keep him on the spot, and it's gonna be a mission success, as there's also no Dazzle, no problem. Queasy gets the first taste of the Queen's Grip, and it's gonna be 2 kills, essentially for Warwick. He's still taking, he's still running, but he's not gonna go far.
Radiant are scanning.
13 minutes in. We're still pretty close. We're not seeing any team breakout with anything absolutely insane. So who's gonna have that big break? Who's gonna have that insane, you know, moment? We haven't seen much of the Lycan though, so that's what I'm scared of.
In due time, in due time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I have a small urge, I gotta confess. Like, looking at Lycan, it always, you know, kicks in that public watching when you need to awoo. But it's gonna be, meanwhile, a kill onto Woe down bottom, so... There goes my tiny rant about land nostalgia.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan short coming out soon, so a little bit of pressure relief coming out for level up in just about a few minutes.
Those guys can be so annoying.
I mean, it's just more gold for, at the end of the day, for Zero Tenacity. It's just, you gotta attend to your lanes a bit more. Now that short is coming through. Time. Timing all the time.
Topside catch. Mixa's gonna get the vortex. Sharpshooter coming in from afar. They're even throwing in the Black Dragon in the mix just to take him down. And with that, they will keep on committing for a tier 2 tower push. It's the best way that, you know, LevelUP can currently play the game because Zero Tenacity, they're still having that better output into getting the kills, even though they are 3, you know, kills behind. But objective taken is still not their forte. But again, as you said, Nesphere instantly converts them into farm.
No, as you do, as you should. It's just, you can't be everywhere all at once, even though you have that great cleave on the Sven. At the end of the day, the pressure can come to you, it can get to you. As time goes by, oof.
They're gonna go in for yet another jump. It was a very ballsy move as Darknea is gonna take care of him more or less first, and next up it's gonna be Nesphere. Woe is gonna be protected. He will once again, you know, have a special appearance to get a kill, but it's gonna be a better output for LevelUP as they find Hatred lurking in the back.
It's fine, you know. Collateral damage at the end of the day. Picking up the Sven in these engagements is truly the value here. And yeah, as the AC is coming out on BB3PX in due time, Woe is just not gonna have to worry about a thing. You can finally go towards that Radiance build and eventually Manta, Disperser, whatever he truly wants to go build. Like, honestly. Dealer's choice at the end of the day.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I would love to see the Aghanim Scepter on a Spectre later on down the line. That would make things a bit more interesting, but I don't think it's truly part of the meta build, so Woe is going to go for something along the lines of Scotty, BKB, Post Radiance, and of course the mandatory Manta.
I actually haven't seen the Aghanim Scepter for Spectre ever since they changed out single target into Han. Mid lane, attempts are being made onto Darknea. Soulbind is going to connect, but the follow-up is not present because there's no lockdowns in the mix currently for Zero Tenacity. Yeah, can you, like, in short, elaborate, like, the Scepter? Like, I'm getting a read on what's happening with the fear and everything for 2 seconds, so, like...
Yeah.
But hold up, let's see what happens here first. And we can go back to answering the question. Mixa under siege. Darknea jumping in back and forth. The tombstone will be dropped in the middle of the team fight. Mixa is trying his best to stay alive, but the Wolfies will take him down. Now Hatred is going to be the first casualty as they get a lock onto him and onto Woe with the grip. Darknea is still running about. There's a silence. Stormhammer will keep him in place. And they kill him. Doesn't seem like it. BB3PX running around with his additional units and is going to land yet another kill, but he's losing his friends. Everybody is dying on his end. 4 kills so far for Zero Tenacity. And there's the Stormhammer landing, and once again, Darknea is going to force a buyback for this. Mixa is also back into the mix at full health, keeps up. And is going to be enough. He breaks out. Darknea looking now very low. Beautiful Stormhammer, keep him out on the log. Decay. They are throwing in the Haunt once again as Woe is back amongst the living. What is this team fight? They're chasing down Nesphere. Inkswell, it is going to connect onto the Wolfies, but you gotta move out because they're going to take it down the Lycanthrope army. It is going to perish underneath the tower, but they overextended this.
Okay, they do force out the Soulbind. There is no Fiend's Grip still because there's 1 more minute of it left. But shout out to BB3PX for overextending the fight, of course. In the end here, what are you doing, Queasy? Trying to come in here. What, you think you're going to be warding here? Forget it. Forget about it.
Dire's
I
middle
mean, a lot
tower
of big
is under
commitments
attack.
onto coming out from both sides. The saving grace for Zero Tenacity is the Ceaseless Dirge that Mixa was able to return into the team fight insanely fast. But I'm still conflicted about that Dark Nia buyback commitment. I mean, it's still early-ish in the game that is not gonna hurt you, but why would you commit to it?
I don't know. Saving the tier 1 tower on the mid lane for Spectres is just so damn important.
Dire's middle tower
To ensure that
has
you can have
fallen.
farm, it's truly something adamant for Spectre teams, right? Letting go of this tower hurts a hell of a lot more than it gives, like, you know, like letting it go that easily. But I don't
Wolfie's
think
finding moves.
Zero Tenacity hurt as much as they should have. As conquered with the double stun.
Nicely done, but moves
Om
like
nom nom
they
nom
ran out
nom.
of units.
Om
They
nom nom
will
nom nom.
turn
No,
around
om
to
nom
pop the
nom.
grip.
No Stompy.
No om nom nom for you, sir, but the Bushwhack is gonna get a lock onto Nesvir.
Run,
Bushwhack
Wolfie,
popped up, but
run.
yep. Gonna be BB3PX on the run. Thankfully, he's got enough time of the shapeshift. They will lose the Tormentor contest though, but it was quite scary of what was happening to Moose. Like those little Wolfies are way too annoying. Nesfir still remaining on the fray, gets one more strike and Queasy will die. And he get BP3PX. Now he's
Jeez.
within the same movement speed as
Why
he
are you
is.
still there?
Knuckle projection.
Run.
There's the Hex. Mixa coming in from the back. He will
Run,
get
Wolfie.
hatred. He will pop everything he can to stay alive. TP out from BB3X. Yes, indeed, it's happening. And also second TP out, so a lot of time wasted.
Stormhammer didn't land?
Nope. Apparently
What the
didn't.
damn hell? It was truly like even connecting to him when the TP clicked off. Hell no. Hatred is such a lucky bastard.
Dire
True.
are scanning.
I thought they
That
were
was
gonna commit for the
crazy.
Tormy after, but I guess they've wasted a little bit too much in those attempted takedowns. I guess, you know, it's some food for Nesfir to be satisfied. You know, he is on the path of fixing up the harpoon right after.
Okay, yeah. So we now have our BKBs slowly coming out on Zero Tenacity. Maybe it looks like Mixa might be